To Howard Eskin. Howard is out. Ike Reese joins the panel alongside Elliot and Hugh and Joe Jolie. What's up, Ike?
Get rid of the killjoy and bring in the joyous one.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Well,
what's up, fellas?
Are you awake?
The real football guys can talk now.
Here's the question: are you awake, or do you need a big move to be awake tonight?
Well, you know what? I'm waiting to be woke up.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe Howie could do that tonight. I'm glad Ike joins the panel here. Ike, because I need some help. All right. Because I do a show 4 hours every day with a guy that used to play defense, and he forgot who he is. And we have Elliot.
Yes, I've heard. Yes.
Elliot's all in on the offensive line or even a weapon. Ike, tonight has to be about defense. Last year, they couldn't stop anyone. They gave up the second most pass touchdowns in the league. When you look at this draft, do you want defense? Is your mind open to offense tonight, or are you defense, defense, defense?
I'm defense, defense, defense. I mean, quite frankly, we can't take enough defensive players tonight. I wouldn't mind if they spent every draft pick this weekend on defensive players, quite frankly.
That's absurd, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Absurd.
The bigger needs are on offense. People need to accept that.
Well, hold on. We don't know that. I mean,
I know that.
No, we don't.
Look at the who's playing guard.
Oh, who's playing guard?
Well, okay.
Oh.
All right, wait till
Guard is not a sexy
wait,
pick.
hold
on a second.
Wait till Jalen's running for his life next year. It'll be real exciting. They have Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo.
I agree with you that guard as a whole. I agree.
Ain't nothing wrong with Toledo now.
Well, no, I mean, who would take a small school player in the first round,
saying,
like Central State or one of those
everybody
places?
go to the big schools.
So,
Ain't nothing
okay,
wrong with
fine. Guard as a whole. You know what else might be a hole? Pass rusher, defensive tackle, safety, corner. They have holes all over or at least they have question. They have more question marks on defense.
At every level on
It's
defense, there's question marks.
They have better players at all those positions you just named than they do at offensive guard.
We don't know that.
Who's better, Bryce Huff or Tyler Steen?
Well, Bryce Huff, sure. But
Okay.
what about the other side?
Who's better,
pass rusher?
Darius Slay or Tyler Steen?
Slay.
Okay, so name one player
That's not the point. That's not the point. And see, this is why I'm here, Joe.
I needed help.
You riding in on your right? You riding in on
Well,
your
I'm
right
just
horse?
saying.
Now he's awake.
Joe.
Well, here's the thing.
Save. I just need someone else that can help me out the argument.
No, the guy's been talking. He's been talking great sense all off season because he's been primarily.
So I've been talking nonsense.
No, I'm just saying he's been. Well, once you decide defense is a luxury, I stopped listening. I stopped listening to you at that point.
Defense is a luxury at this point.
No, it's not.
Okay,
it's a necessity. Offense is a luxury. I mean,
are you kidding me?
We are stacked on offense. I guarantee you, there's probably 30 teams in the NFL, if not 31 teams in the NFL, that wish they had the talent on offense the Eagles had.
Agreed.
So if every other team in the league wishes they had as much talent as the Eagles have, then how could that be the number one priority?
Ain't gonna hurt to add one more receiver. Ain't gonna hurt.
Receiver?
Ain't gonna hurt. Tight end, receiver, same thing. Tight end, receiver, same thing.
He's lost his
same
way.
Thing. Give Jalen all the weapons that he needs to get us to the promised land, man. If we scoring 30 or 40 points a game, if my defense just makes 1 or 2 good stops a game.
But here's the problem. When they don't make the 1 or 2 stops,
then we got to score more points.
It costs you. That's not – listen, Tom Brady scored as many points as he could. He threw for 500 yards. They lost. They lost in the Super Bowl.
You talking about that one game where
I'm
the
talking
defense
about
made
in the
that
Super Bowl against the Eagles.
When they made that one key stop,
that's
all I need. Just one key stop a game.
Okay, but you're going to be fortunate to get that. My only point is that it's more likely that you'll get outscored and have a bad defense that gives up leads versus you're going to win a shootout every week.
If I have more weapons than the opposing team, do you agree?
There's only 11 players that can play.
But do you agree that most of the time going into games, if the matchup favors the offense, they're probably going to win, especially when you talk about all those weapons that you could potentially have on that side of the ball?
In some cases, I'm sorry, were 3 of the 4 teams in the conference championship games the top 3 defenses in the league?
San Francisco, Baltimore, and Kansas City.
I mean,
and what happened to Baltimore?
Hold on. If Kansas, they ran up against the number 1 defense in the league. That's what happened to Baltimore. They didn't lose in a shootout. They lost because they couldn't score going up against a better defense. Conversely, conversely, the only reason the Chiefs are Super Bowl champs is because of their defense.
I don't know about that, Ike. All I know is first of all, may I please be allowed to have the floor?
Go ahead.
The last thing I remember about that Super Bowl was Patrick Mahomes running around making plays when he needed to, because that's what I paid my $200 million quarterback to do.
But the defense got him there to that point, and then he took over.
By the way, San Francisco was up 10-0 in that game, right? So Kansas City's defense kept them in the game and allowed their offense to make a few plays to win the game.
Playmakers. And, and then I do recall at the end of that game, the position that they were struggling with, having a whole lot of problems with, came up big from the receiver spot. The receivers made plays when they had to.
The Eagles' defense, just so we can remember, outplayed the offense in the playoffs. So they might have more talent.
One playoff game.
Yeah, well, the last playoff game where this team
was the
played
only playoff game.
No, but I'm saying the
last
time we saw this team play, the offense looked incompetent. Right? They had Jalen. They had AJ.
This team looked incompetent.
They didn't have AJ.
We just can't
No,
go
I'm sorry.
off.
They had Devontae. They had everyone but AJ on offense,
But
right?
we just can't go off the last game. The week before, Tyrod Taylor torched them in a game they tried to win.
But no, what I'm trying to say is
the 5 weeks before.
The Cardinals ran for 200 on them.
this offense might not be as set up as you guys make it out to be. You're right. The offense has a ton of talent on the outside. It does not matter if they cannot block. The most
can't
important
block.
Yes,
we got
can't
three.
block.
Hold on. We got Jordan Mailata at left tackle. You got Landon Dickerson at left guard.
Highest paid guard ever.
Yes. You got Lane Johnson at right tackle, future Hall of Famer. You got Cam Jurgens, who started last year at right guard, who's going to move in to play center. All you need to do, you could put Hugh Douglas over there to play right guard.
That's
and we'll
not
be
true.
okay.
They had all those guys last year. All I heard the second half of the season was they can't stop the blitz. Jalen has no protection. He has no time back there. They have no answers. We did the Players Lounge every week, and the players talked about that. We had a Mailata, Dickerson. That communication and offensive line play is where stopping the blitz begins. If everyone wants the offense to be fixed against the blitz, then they have to go guard tonight, because you don't know if
not in the first round.
Yes, in the first round.
No, they don't.
That is where the best players are. That is where the best players are.
Yeah, that's why
offensive line.
And that's why you get a corner or a defensive end in the first round. A pass rusher, I'm going trenches or I'm going secondary. We don't need safeties. We got 3 young safeties there. I'm good there.
None of them might be good, but
well, I'm just saying. We got 3 safeties there. We got 3 guys there. Linebacker, they listen.
That position we know. Yeah. Who drafts linebacker?
We know how they feel about those.
Yeah.
So you got to go on the defensive line. I don't want another defensive tackle, but I can see a defensive tackle more than I can see a guard. Like I would rather have the Eagles draft the kid out of Texas,
Byron Murphy.
Yes,
I like Byron
Murphy
Murphy a lot.
Before I would a guard.
So here's my concern. My concern. Let's say they draft an offensive lineman tonight, a tackle that becomes a guard. Okay. Let's say he good.
Yeah, wait till Talisi Fuaga gets announced over the.
Let's say
that is not a sexy pick.
Let's say he's good, or they go Hughes' way, the crazy way, and they draft another offensive playmaker.
Why I gotta be crazy?
Well, because it is crazy.
They don't need a skill position guy.
Let's say they do.
They do.
You know what my
opinion.
You know what my concern is? To get to the Super Bowl, they have to go through some combination of Jordan Love and the Lions offense and Shanahan's offense, and then beat Patrick Mahomes. How are they covering to stop those quarterbacks, Hugh? They can't.
I tell you what.
Not to mention
they
we
couldn't
can't
stop Sam Howell
Not
last
to mention
year.
we can't beat the Cowboys
Oh,
regularly.
I know. I didn't even want to mention them. I don't want to upset people, but Dak torches us too. They couldn't stop Sam Howell last year.
I think both of y'all, what y'all need to stop doing is looking at other people's lawn, man, and worry about what's going on.
Well, that's how you win the Super Bowls. You beat other teams.
When you beat them, you also beat them by beating them in the matchup game. Now, if we go out and get a tight end, like I have been suggesting,
tight end,
and we go out and get a tight end,
Bowers.
like I have been suggesting, then you have a team when you have like at least 5 to 6 receivers that nobody in the NFL can match up with, no matter who the defensive players
What
are.
about the other matchup game when Shanahan looks at this defense and he laughs?
This defense played well enough at the beginning of the season.
Oh my goodness!
To take us back
Joe,
to the
you just
promised land.
don't want to admit the real problem with the defense last year was not on the field.
It was
on
the
the
coaching.
sideline.
I disagree.
It was
I
the
disagree.
sideline.
I disagree.
Getting Vic Fangio
Gone
is a
are the
big
days that when we played defense. Like it ain't like that.
Sam
no more.
Howell's a
need
backup
to get you
quarterback
on this
threw for
side.
397.
Yeah, okay. He had a
That
great
was Sean
game.
Desai.
You love to bring this up. It was one game.
Oh, wait, no,
when
it
Sean
wasn't just one game.
Hold on,
Actually,
hold on.
both
It was
games.
2 Howell games. It was a Mac Jones threw for 390.
And they won both those games, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Just putting that out there. When Sean Desai was a
they did.
defensive
They did
coordinator,
win.
this defense was good enough to win the Super Bowl, or at least in contention. When Patricia took over, everybody looked bad. Reddick looked bad. Everyone's mad he's gone. He didn't look that good under Patricia. Bradbury looked better when Desai was a defensive coordinator. By adding better coaching, the defense is going to be better.
Coaching
you cannot
matter,
coach around a bad offensive line. You can't do it. So on defense, I'll bet on Fangio more than I'll bet on Tyler Steen protecting the $250 million quarterback.
Hold on. Then when we lost Jason Peters, then we coached around Halapuli Vaitai
and won the Super Bowl.
For
right?
3 games. I'm talking about a full season.
Well, hold on. That was half a season.
Yeah, you got hurt in the Monday night game against Washington.
But it wasn't a full season.
Right, it was
half a season.
Okay, but it wasn't a full season. Going into the year.
So when Nick Foles plays 6 games, he gets a statue. But
when you win the Super Bowl,
when you win the Super Bowl, though.
I mean, he earned that statue. Come on, let's leave Nick alone. He earned that.
Well,
statue.
I'm happy bringing up depth on the offensive line.
I'm just saying, Big V played over there half the season, and Elliott doesn't want to give him credit.
So when you guys
I'm happy you're bringing up depth on the offensive line because I think it's important tonight to take into consideration.
When you get to camp, can you do me a favor? Can you present Vic Fangio a magician's hat? Because we're asking him to be a magician with this defense.
No, we're just asking him to coach. That's all he needs to do.
He needs players.
He got young Thundercats. I've been talking. Like, have you seen
Thank
some
you.
of these young kids?
What
Have
young
you
kids?
seen Keely Ringo?
They all went to Georgia, didn't they?
See, don't do that. Don't do that.
There it
Listen,
is.
Don't start with that, man.
Here we go with the Georgia
Don't
Bulldogs.
start. It ain't got nothing to do with Georgia Bulldogs. Okay, fine. I did watch them play a lot when I was in Georgia. That has nothing to do with this conversation. The guy can play.
Well, I mean,
the guy can.
It has something to do with how much faith you put your.
Well, because I've seen them. I like you know how everybody talk about they watch film around this time of year.
Yeah.
I've watched film on them. I've seen them play.
Keely's better than any cornerback in this draft.
Oh,
I
no.
would take Keely Ringo over any cornerback in this draft.
I don't know about
He's been
that.
in the NFL for a year. He's a great athlete. He played in an elite program. Again,
So you want to be on the same side as him?
Who in this cornerback
You know, I'll
draft?
flip flop in a heartbeat. You know me.
Who in this cornerback draft is special? Who do you like that's special?
I don't know if there's one special.
Terrion Arnold.
I like Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo.
Terrion Arnold played 1 year, and he played well. But Keely Ringo has been in the NFL for a year. He played at a bigger program. He's a better athlete.
He played at a bigger program.
Sorry, but you're right. I was thinking of Quinyon Mitchell. I was thinking of Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Quinyon's at Toledo.
Don't let facts get in the way, man.
There's a
Come on.
concern. All right.
Hey, you was cooking, dog.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He was good. Let me ask you guys this with the defense, right? Because you guys seem to be okay with the defense. Does it concern you with these young players on defense that as bad as things got, they didn't get on the field much? A little bit Ringo at the end. Nolan Smith, who we were expecting to be a big part of this defense, they didn't put him on the field.
You know
they
why?
couldn't get to the quarterback.
You know why they didn't put these young guys on the field?
Why?
Because they were clueless throughout the last 7 games of the season.
So Matt Patricia, it was his fault for everything.
Like Joe, I know it's hard to believe, but when I watched those games, those last 6 games, they didn't even correct the mistakes that they made the week before.
Exactly.
They never watching that film, watching them play, and they made the same mistakes week in and week out. Like they were just sitting in the meeting room and just getting ready for the next game and not correcting anything.
When did Patricia take over? What game?
Seattle.
So the Niners game, the most embarrassing. The Niners.
No, after the Niners.
No, I know. So Desai was still here for the Niners.
Wait a minute. Let me tell you what happened
They
before.
They could have played for 6 hours, and the Eagles wouldn't have got to stop. That was not even Patricia.
No,
how'd the offense do in that game? By the way,
not well enough.
Okay. Joe, but listen to this though. Before that San Francisco game, the wheels started to fall off the wagon because there was already rumblings and rumors out that nobody trusted Coach Desai, and everybody was trying to do their own thing.
It wasn't Matt Patricia's fault then.
It was everybody's fault. They were incompetent, and you know what Matt Patricia did? He just became the inmate that ran the asylum. He let them just run off and do whatever the hell they wanted to do.
All right, we'll continue this on the other side. A lot to get to, including what they should do tonight if they do trade up.
Defense.
Yes, please, defense.
Get a receiver.
Defense.
Oh, receiver. I will scream if they get a receiver. All right, then it's the draft show, 94 WIP.
So with some other players.
I know. Well, yeah, 2 in particular. We'll talk about it coming up next, live from the link on Sports Radio 94 WIP. in the works here for the Eagles. That's been every rumor out there for the past couple days and really all day today. Elliot, anything new happening in terms of rumors? There's a lot this afternoon. The Niners might trade one of their receivers. The Rams might want to trade into the top 10. It feels to me like the draft kind of starts at 3. Do the Patriots keep the pick or are they trading out?
Well, I think what you're seeing is this draft is not viewed as having a ton of special talent. A lot of teams are trying to trade up into that top 15, top 16. I mean, really, those teams you said top 10, because there's only probably 15 or so special players in this draft. I think when you get to the second round, there's still intriguing options for sure. But going into tonight, if you're picking 22 like the Eagles are, you're probably not getting much different of a caliber player than you are at 28 or frankly, even the top of the second round. So as the draft gets closer, I think you see teams trying to move up and get one of the special players.
Ike, where are you on the idea of the trade up? Because it feels like everyone thinks it's going to happen now. And like just the idea is fine, but they'd probably be giving up one of their 2s. And they've gotten a lot of good players in the second round over the years. In fact, some of the best Eagles in franchise history have been second-round picks.
I totally agree. First of all, let me give a shout-out to my boy Jerry Solomon right here, 8 years old, with the Devontae Smith jersey on. He's out there with his boys, hanging in there.
Look at that.
Cool haircut. Love it. Love it.
Shouted out Michigan State, too.
Love it, J-Man. Yeah. Love it. By the way, yes, I'm all in favor of moving up and getting the guy that you want. I'd rather do that than to stay at 22
and just
take,
guess and
yeah.
pick.
Well, I mean, just take a guy that you
wing of the
don't
prayer,
necessarily
yeah.
you're not in love with.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like that's why I said if we go up and we get the corner that is projected to be there, I'm okay with that. But if we stay at 22 and Brock Bowers is there,
Hold up.
Hold up.
You all know because you all over the place.
Now
now you're okay if they take a corner.
First of all, I said if you'd have been listening to what I was saying, I said if we move up to get the corner, I'm okay with that. But if we stay at 22, I want a tight end. I ain't changed what I said.
I told him we're getting him a Brock Bowers jersey.
I'm confused.
Why you trying to play me?
No, I'm just confused.
I'm just saying I can play both sides of this.
So you are okay with defense?
No, I'm saying I don't need defense. I need more offensive weapons. But if we move up, okay, put it like this. They just said it's only like 10 to 15 special players.
It does seem like that, yeah.
Okay, so fine. If I'm moving up,
listen to everything Elliot tells you.
Elliot is
Hugh,
just statement.
yeah, exactly.
He know what he's talking about.
No, but
have you heard some of his takes? Have you heard some of his takes?
Yes,
He got fired.
Always
true.
correct.
He got some
no, but
fire takes.
whether you would go offense or defense, I think we will all agree this player has to make an impact.
He has to make an impact.
If you look at recent first-round picks, Nolan Smith, no
defense.
impact. Jordan Davis hasn't made an impact yet. Jalen Reagor, a negative impact when he was here. So to Ike's point, if they're sitting at 22, I agree that, look, they've done a good job in the second round, and this team probably does need bodies just at this point, and so you want more picks. But they need to draft someone, if it takes going up to 12 or 15, where you feel way more confident in that player's ability to make a contribution right away. Like, go get your guy. I support going up and investing in a player you think could be an instant impact guy.
So even if it's defense.
Yeah, even if it's defense. I think
Okay.
it would be a mistake to trade up for one of these defensive players. But if their evaluation of them is he's special, I'll support the thought process there. I just think they'll be making a mistake.
Here's why I'm okay with the trade tonight, even though to me, giving up a mid-second round pick is not cheap. I mean, that's a big price to move up.
It is, yeah.
But I'm okay with it because Howie's track record, Ike, in this range of the draft is terrible. I'm like, if you tell me that they're picking at 22 tonight, I'm going to say the odds are it's not going to work. He doesn't pick, and I don't know why. I don't know if it is, once they get past the first 10 or 15, it's just harder, right? It's harder to pick out who's good and who isn't.
Yeah.
Or if they outsmart themselves. But whatever the reason is, you look at the draft picks they made, 15, 16 through 30. They're pretty bad. But then you get up in the 12, 10 range. 4 was Lane. They're almost all hits. Even Carson. That worked. I mean, they got a lot out of him before it all fell apart. Like, they're usually really good in the top half of the first round.
It's almost like when you draft higher, you get a better player.
Well, but it's not always. I mean,
I'm saying, like,
you should.
Yeah,
you should. But
yeah.
I wonder too, Ike, if they know that deep down.
And to Joe's point, not every team draft. I don't remember Green Bay ever drafting up that high.
Yeah.
And they always draft well. So some scouting departments.
They got some scouting.
I'm just saying some scouting departments. Pittsburgh doesn't usually draft in the top 10. They draft well every year. So there are some scouting departments that rely on their scouts, and they draft well.
Rely heavily.
Baltimore drafts well.
Yeah, always.
Late in the draft. So There are guys that identify certain types of players that they're looking for, how they want to use them, and they don't need to give up extra picks to move up to get a guy. They feel very comfortable staying right where they are and just selecting their guy. It usually turns out well for those teams.
Yeah, well,
I don't think, to Ike's point, I don't know if this front office's strength is talent evaluation. Like, I don't think they're bad at it, but I think what they're really good at is, making a trade that's great value. They can get up, like, great contracts, positional value, those type of things. When it comes to in the 20s, where you're picking between 15 guys that really are all kind of the same, I don't know how much they thrive in that environment. That's why going up into the top 15, I think they're better at doing that type of thing than they are picking out of 7 or 8 players in the mid rounds.
So a name came up in this discussion. I want to get everyone's thoughts on where this player is right now, and if they have to replace him or get someone better, like, immediately. Jordan Davis. 2 years ago, he was the first-round pick. You go first, Hugh, because I want to hear your thoughts.
I like Jordan Davis. I think that when you drafted him and when you went up to get him, that's what got everybody kind of bamboozled, because you usually go up to get pass rushers, guys like that are going to get after the quarterback. He wasn't that in Georgia. He was not that.
It seemed like they thought he could become that, though, and that hasn't happened.
Like, I think where Jordan Davis potentially can thrive, and we talked about this, putting him at nose man. Me and Ike talked about like if we decide to run a 3-4, Vic Fangio decides to run a 3-4, I think he can thrive at that 3-4 spot, at that nose spot. He's probably going to get, if you have, all depends on who you put on the other side of him. I'm thinking Jalen Carter's going to be on one side. Whomever you put down there with him, 4 or 5 sacks a year at that position, if they're playing him like that, I think he's worth everything they got him for if they decide to do that.
See, this is where I get nervous with the Eagles, because I honestly think the Jordan Davis pick was a safe pick. It was a pick that most people wouldn't argue against. He was a big man with a superb athleticism, but the idea that he was a 3-down player and that he would affect the quarterback in the pocket was never there by most people. But because it was a safe in the trenches type of pick, and that's what the Eagles are known for doing, drafting guys on the O-line and the D-line, you don't get as much criticism for those guys. In other words, when that guy is slow to develop into what you potentially believe he can be, he's easier to sort of hide in the scheme of everything.
Unlike a skill position player,
exactly.
where it's like, why does he have no catches? Yeah.
Right. Why does the running back doesn't have as many yards? Why does the defensive end doesn't have X amount of sacks? And that's where I look at taking a guard. It's a safe pick. I'm not telling you it's a terrible pick and the Eagles they're gonna rue the day they took a guard in the first round. My point is that if you believe in your scouting department and the guys that are evaluating talent, you ought to be able to get a better player in the first round than a guard. You should be able to get a guard later in the draft.
Take something more special.
Yes,
early.
you can take a guard, and it's a safe pick. And you can line him up next to Lane and Cam Jurgens, and nobody will say anything because the Eagles build in the trenches.
Sure.
It takes a lot of confidence to step out on a limb and draft a wide receiver or a corner or a cornerback, because you're going to get judged more harshly. And when they've stepped out and drafted those guys, other than Devontae Smith, Jalen Reagor didn't work. Nelson Aguilar was a so-so pick.
Super Bowl kind of saved his Eagles' career.
Yeah.
He did help them win that game, but it wasn't a great pick.
So, and we haven't drafted a corner in the first round since Lito.
It's a long time.
22 years. 22 years, you're telling me we didn't draft at one of the most premium positions.
And it's become more of a premium position.
So it's not like they don't value the cornerback position, because they don't pay corners.
On evaluation of the corner. Elliot, where are you on Jordan Davis? Because when I was driving in today, I heard Joe DeCamara with the afternoon show mention Byron Murphy. I know you like Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
But if the Eagles deep down don't think Jordan Davis is it, they lost Fletcher Cox. If they don't think Jordan Davis is it, they could use another defensive tackle.
Yeah, we've talked so much about the Jason Kelce replacement. They need a Fletcher Cox replacement as well. As much as I am firmly in team offense in tonight's draft, Byron Murphy, I think, would be a good pick. He's a pass rusher, which is a key quality in a defensive tackle if you're going to take him in the first round. And as for Jordan Davis, I think Jordan Davis is probably an NFL player. I think he'll be in the league for 5-6 years, maybe more than that. and he'll be active on
He
most.
better be in there for at least 10.
Well, he's not
His
going to be.
best
He's not going to be there. For 10
He
years.
better be there for at least 10.
But
man.
he's not a difference maker. I think as a 3-4 nose tackle, he might have more success. But 3-4 nose tackles are not really what you take in the first round. Like to Ike's point, if you want to, say a guard you can find later, you can find 3-4 nose tackles later too. So if Byron Murphy's on the board tonight when they're at 22, he would be my number one defensive guy. I would take him over all the corners, over all the edge rushers. I think he would really help this team a lot.
All right, you just mentioned something that we haven't talked about. And it feels weird because it's the Eagles and they prioritize this position and they got rid of their best one. We haven't talked about edge rusher at all. I think it is like the sleeper thing tonight. If the board breaks a certain way, I could see it happening. They did bring in Latu for a visit. I mean, they brought in Chop Robinson for a visit. The way I look at it is they have a lot of questions at pass rusher. Bryce Huff, I know they gave a lot of money, so I'll just pencil him in. I don't know if Nolan Smith could play yet. They almost got rid of Josh Sweat, and he's on a 1-year deal. And Brandon Graham's on a farewell tour. I mean, they need another pass rusher, whether it be now or next year. I'd always be good if they take a pass rusher. And I think there's some good ones in this class.
I completely agree. And, I was behind that thought process even stronger after free agency pass, really after they moved on from Hassan Reddick. That's when I thought, Chop player that I thought the Eagles should draft because I still believe they need help at defensive end / outside pass rusher. You just mentioned those reasons. There are way more question marks there than there are solidified answers. Like Bryce Huff, can he be a full-time player? Josh Sweat, has his best days already gone by him, or is he more of a part-time player versus a full-time player? Nolan Smith, what is he?
I don't know.
And then you mentioned Brandon Graham is on a retirement tour. So I don't even put a lot of expectations on BG because, quite frankly, I think BG is still here, and this is no disrespect to him, but it's more for his leadership and presence
Locker room guy.
in the locker room than it is what they feel he can give you on the field.
Sure, and that's fine. Yeah,
and that's fine.
So
yes.
I agree with all that. I just think where maybe we differ is I don't think the edge rusher prospects in this draft are that good. Chop Robinson is a great athlete. He only had 3 sacks last year. It's not the end-all, be-all.
Well, Derek Barnett broke Reggie White's record. What'd that do?
No,
for us?
I'm not saying it's end-all, be-all, but 3 sacks is not super encouraging.
Well, the opposite. Latu had a crazy production. If not for his injury issues, he'd be a top 10 pick.
Right, but he does have the injury issues.
I know,
and
but maybe you get a steal there.
He's almost 24. So I think
what does that mean?
Well, that's old for a draft prospect. A lot of these guys are 21.
Not in the COVID days. Everybody stays in school for 5 years
That
now.
did change.
Yeah, that did change.
Yeah.
What was it? Who was the quarterback that played for the got drafted last year? He's about damn near 30. Played for the
since
Georgia
COVID,
Bulldogs.
everybody stays in school.
You know what's wild? Danny Watkins was 27 when they drafted him.
Yeah.
Like you'll never see that again.
That's
yeah.
well,
that's like second
The
contract.
Browns drafted a quarterback. Was Whedon?
Yeah,
Whedon was
old,
like
yeah.
47 years old.
Yeah.
So it
He
seems
was
the old guys don't really work out.
Well, that's part of it. And Elliot, I agree with you. They're probably not like top 5 kind of picks, but they need an edge rusher.
So what I'm saying is I agree that they need an edge rusher, but there's no Will Anderson. There's no Aiden.
We got Nolan Smith.
Yeah, and we'll see what he is.
No,
but
see, and that's my thing, man. We have to, like,
I
in my opinion,
I agree with you on this. Yeah.
we have to see what we got in these young guys, man. We taking all these. Stop it, Ike. Don't do that. We got to see what we have in these young guys, man. We go out. We good for going out and getting other people's players. How about we develop some guys? How about we do that? How about we develop some good players?
And I said this to you this morning, and I'll say it again.
So
I'm fine with that. But then we got to lower expectations.
No, we don't.
If it's tryouts, then we're not winning the Super Bowl.
It ain't no trials, Joe.
It sounds like
you
tryouts.
drafted him in the first round. Most first rounders that I know that they usually play at some point.
Yeah, but all right,
you got to let them play.
But the really good ones, like that end up with 80 sacks and in the Eagles Hall of Fame, they are defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah, but
Nolan
at some
Smith
point,
had 1 sack.
But
You popped.
Here's
He
the
didn't
thing.
pop.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I popped because I had to. I was allowed to play. Like I didn't have to sit behind anybody. I was rotating in the first couple of games of the season. Did we see Nolan Smith do that?
Yeah, but you probably earned that.
There's a
playing
reason
time.
why he wasn't playing.
The coaches didn't
but-
want to
but
play
Ike,
Nolan.
I think
But
you
you
just
know,
count
just
that
as-
you were good right away.
But
and
you
he
know
wasn't.
just as well as I do, Ike. Pass rush downs. Put him in there on pass. How many pass rush downs have we seen?
I agree, but there's a reason why they didn't put him out there.
I mean, and I'm with you on that. But even with that being said, hell, if you don't know the defense, if you're having trouble picking up, hell, go out there and rush the passer. Line up and go.
If you
they
remember-
didn't even let him do that.
If you remember at the combine, Howie Roseman got up there and said, "Yeah, me and Nick talked, and we probably need to play the younger guys more." Nick went up 10 minutes later and was like, yeah, we got to win games each week. So while I agree, in an ideal world,
I didn't even notice that.
in an ideal world, you want Nolan Smith playing. If people thought the defense was bad last year, those were the players that coaches thought were the best ones on the roster. So I think that Nolan didn't earn playing time last year, and that's definitely
you got to figure out. You have to figure out, like, and that's why, again, I put it on the coaches, because you have to figure out ways, creative ways, to get these young guys up to speed so that they can be productive at some point.
You know, what if they can't play though? What if they can't play?
Then, boy, we got a problem. Then they need to hire. To your point, we need to hire our evaluating staff. We need to fire all the scouts and get new damn scouts that's going to go out and get us players outside of the first round.
I got 17 games I want to win next year.
We can still win 17
We're trying
games.
to win the Super Bowl next year.
We can still win that. That's why we got these. We got Coach No Neck. We got Coach Fangio.
He's
coach these cats up.
Yeah,
man.
when Nick's back coaching at Mount Union because Nolan Smith played 80 snaps. Then it will be. We'll see how he feels about that.
Do you know what I've noticed through 2 hours of this show and just the last month of draft conversation? Nobody has anybody they want the Eagles to draft in this draft. It's like every time someone brings something up, but for the most part, we bring up a position and someone's like, no, that's ridiculous. You can't draft that position. As if this team went 17-0 last year.
I think it's also it's not a great draft. There's good players, but the reason there's no Bijan or anything like that is because everyone's kind of the same. Like the top 15 are good prospects, and after that,
no, they're not the same.
I think we're also unsure of a lot of the roster. We're not really sure what we're sure of. Like this team has a lot lot of question marks. That's why tonight.
This draft.
One of us is sure of himself, and that's me. And that's that we need defensive players. I don't care if you draft Cooper DeJean. I don't care if you draft Nate Wiggins.
Cooper DeJean is going to be a good player.
Exactly.
Cooper DeJean is not going to.
Cooper DeJean is going to be an awesome player.
And let me tell you,
he's a zone corner that plays off.
No, he is a playmaker.
If we get that one corner, it ain't going to make a bit of damn difference on that defense. I'm here to tell you. If we get that pass rusher that y'all want, it ain't gonna make a bit of damn difference.
And how much difference is a slot receiver going to make, or a second tight end?
Because we're gonna be able to score more points.
Oh my goodness!
I'm trying to stop it. You know, dang well that scoring points in this league. That's the only thing that matters. We're gonna get a corner and be like, oh, there, our defense is fixed. We got a corner.
No, not fixed, but it'll be better.
We got a corner fixed. No, we need. You know how much stuff we need on this defense?
Yeah,
we got question marks at linebacker. We got question marks at
safety. We're good at linebacker. We got Devin White and Nakobe.
We, like I said, we got question marks at linebacker, but y'all feeling like this one pick is going to put us over the top and put us in the Super Bowl. No, we're going to get this tight end. We're going to score like 40, 50 points a game.
I have a theory.
And then we got a better chance of being in the Super Bowl.
I have a theory. Anyone that wants another weapon is just insecure about Jalen. If he's good, you don't need any more weapons.
Good point. Good point.
The Packers stopped drafting weapons for Rodgers. They got defense.
Don't bring my insecurity.
How many Super Bowls did the Packers win?
They were good a lot. He won 4 MVPs.
Yeah, but I'm just
saying if the quarterback is as good as we want him to be, then he's got enough to win.
I agree.
But no quarterback can live. No quarterback is good enough to do with a bad offensive line.
I agree.
And if their offensive line's an issue, that's not on Jalen.
I don't think the offensive line was an issue at all.
I think one of the best offensive lines in football.
I don't know if that's true anymore. They lost Kelsey. 2 of the 5 spots on the offensive line are major questions.
Guard is. Yeah, it is.
And center. We don't know if Cam Jurgens can play center.
Oh, now we don't know Cam.
Do we? Have we seen him play it?
Kelsey said he can play.
Okay, there we go. All right. Kelsey believed in him so much.
Yeah,
he returned 2 years in a row. He believed so much in Cam.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, we can't
this
argue
line
that
was
one.
moving like a lot today.
Well, we're getting close. That's why. All right, we'll come back. We will continue the draft coverage here at the Link, live at Lincoln Financial Field for the 94 WIP Draft Show. We'll get on the record, and we'll get Ike's thoughts on this quarterback class because a lot of these guys are going to land potentially in the NFC and affect the Eagles. We'll discuss that and get on the record with who we think they land tonight. All coming up next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Draft, live from the link. This is the 94 WIP Draft Show. Breaking news.
How about this? Some breaking news. Welcome back to the Draft Show. Right before the start of the NFL Draft, we first heard it this morning here on WIP. Howard Eskin telling us the Eagles had broached a contract extension with A.J. Brown. Well, Elliott, it is done. Ian Rappaport reporting the Eagles and A.J. Brown have agreed on a new 3-year extension. And Elliott, the money is pretty significant.
Yeah, so a 3-year deal worth $96 million and $84 million, I believe, is the guarantee on this. So he gets a ton of guaranteed money. Obviously, Devontae got his deal this offseason. AJ was probably going to get a new deal next year. Clearly, they take care of that early. But, you know, the top 2 receivers are locked in for a long time on this
All we got to do is get a tight end. We just good to go. Cooking with gas.
So that's $32 million per year. So Devontae got 25. Amon-Ra St. Brown yesterday got what, 30 a year, right? 120. So AJ just reset the wide receiver market again.
It might be a good night to take a receiver unless you want to pay someone else $30 million in a year. But no, I mean, it's a smart move by the Eagles. We were here like 2 years ago on draft night. The draft wasn't going great. They take AJ Brown, and it really turned this franchise around. I know Jalen is obviously an extremely important player, but this team became contenders when they got A.J. Brown. And in the playoffs, when they didn't have him, it was really ugly. So an expensive deal, a lot of money, but A.J. is a critical player, and it's money well spent.
Yeah, just another outstanding job by Howie Roseman and his team figuring out a way to keep talented players. I didn't think this was possible. But at the same time, I said to myself, they got to figure out a way to make this work. You couldn't move on from the best player on your football team in A.J. Brown. And then when you draft a guy like Devontae Smith and he's developed the way that he's developed, you're looking at arguably the greatest duo of wide receivers in the history of this franchise. And the great thing about that is we're not going to have to wonder what they would have been like had they played the majority of their careers together. I think we're going to be okay. They're going to be here for the majority of their careers. So great job. Shout out to Howie and his team getting this job done. A.J. Brown is an Eagle. We forget about all these rumors and all this other stuff that we've been speculating about as it pertains to A.J. A.J. is here. A.J. is going to be here as he should be. Man, Eagles fans ought to be excited.
It's also important, I think, that in a year where Devontae is going to want the ball, AJ is going to want the ball, Saquon's going to want the ball, Dallas is going to want the ball, that all these guys have been paid now. AJ, a year from now, was going to be thinking about his contract. Something was going to have to happen next offseason, for better or worse. Now he knows he's locked into this team. I'm not saying they're not still going to want the ball, but it's a lot easier to care about your targets less when you have a ton of money, as opposed to thinking your lack of production is going to cost you as a free agent or in your next contract. So it's Lurie's money. Props to him for spending it, but I do think this makes the locker room a happier place and less volatile.
What's your reaction, Hugh? 32 a year for A.J. Brown.
I like it, and I think everybody made some very valid points, but the one that kind of jumped out to me, man, is we always talked about during the course of the week, enough footballs to go around for everybody. They didn't throw it around on so much bread, it ain't going to really matter about who gets the rock.
I think that's it goes with Elliott's point. Yeah,
and that's the thing that jumps out to me because, we were talking about how Skinny Batman talked about how many catches he wanted to have this year and how he was in a contract year. They still paid him. So, yeah, everybody's happy. Let's go out and win a Super Bowl now.
So 2 things jump out to me. One, off your point, Ike, about maybe the greatest receiving duo in Eagles history. If they stay together, they could be the greatest duo we remember in NFL history. Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison was a great one.
Yeah.
Carter and Moss didn't play that long together because Carter was older when Moss.
Rice and Taylor was pretty good.
It was great. But I thought it was more carried by Jerry. Like these two are
Lance
both
Swan, John Stallworth.
Very good, but Bradshaw completed 50% of his passes. I'm just saying, if they stay together 7 more years, they could have incredible numbers.
I agree.
The other thing that hits me is, to me, this
Duper and Clayton was pretty
good. That was good. Now, that the quarterback helped. But now I think this puts pressure on Jalen Hurts for them to win with Jalen and these two the next 3 years. In 3 years from now, the cap hits for Hurts, Devontae, and AJ are going to be over $100 million per year. I'm telling you, they'll all be close to 30 or more million. This puts the pressure that they got to get this done and win a Super Bowl before Hurts' number explodes. So It's good. It's good. They're all going to be here, but This is now. They got to do it now.
And you haven't even brought up the price tag of the offensive lineman.
I know.
I mean, it's 3 of these offensive linemen that are making $20 million a year.
Yeah, they got paid.
I actually think the most pressure goes on Hurts now because they actually have a team that is set up to have a cheaper quarterback than an expensive quarterback.
Yeah.
So where I would disagree with you a little on that, Joe, is there was going to be pressure on Jalen no matter who his receivers were.
Sure.
So I do think he was already
Well, if
entering
his receivers are Arthega-Whiteside and Nelson Aguilar
Yeah, well,
and Deontay Burnett.
ask Carson how much pressure me and Joe put on him when those were his receivers.
A lot.
So, right.
That's the way this works.
But in terms of the salary cap, I agree their cap hits will go up. But the way they manage the cap, it would surprise me if Devontae and AJ ever have cap hits anywhere close to $30 million. Or frankly, even Jalen. They're so good at managing the cap, spreading money around. Jeffrey Lurie writes checks that I would be shocked if there's every year the 4 of us are sitting up here at the draft and we're talking about an issue with the salary cap and the salary cap hits. It's more about where they allocate their cash, in my opinion, than the percentage of the salary cap.
Which is why you got to continue to draft on the defensive
There
side
we
of the
go.
ball so that you have young defensive talent that you don't have to pay big money to.
Well,
You know who didn't get
You
paid?
got young defensive talent on rookie contracts that you don't have to worry about paying for the next 3 to 4 years.
You know who didn't get paid in all this influx of cash? Oh, Dallas got
I
it.
knew he was going to say that. Yeah.
Dallas
Oh,
got
yeah.
get paid.
Well, they might draft his replacement in this draft.
Yeah, well,
I don't
I'm
think the
saying.
first round, but
I'm just saying.
I mean, second or third round, they're probably going to
But
draft his
this is-
replacement.
this is
Dallas Goedert
actually-
didn't get no check.
Yeah, it's
No
actually
money.
more reason to draft an offensive guard. I feel
God.
even stronger about that because if you're going to put so much money in skill position players, they have to be able to block for Jalen to get the ball to those players. So again, with the money you're putting on offense, you have to find a cheap, relatively so, starting offensive guard. The draft is the place to do that.
So with all the money on offense, all the draft picks on offense, they're going to call Ike and Hugh and ask them to get the snaps this year. I mean, at some point, they're going to call these guys.
And I'm
Hugh,
a lot cheaper, but
Hey,
I'll go
listen.
out there.
Yeah.
I'll
my,
go.
my price tag too high.
I was going
What
to
I
say,
gotta
still?
go through. Yeah, for what I got to go through to get ready.
Hugh
Hey,
was
Hugh,
throwing around money earlier.
listen,
I think Hugh's doing
Listen, one hit, I'm injured, and I still get paid. That's all that matters.
I just want to get that one more crude season.
All right, everyone. The draft show continues. The draft starts next. Glenn Macnow going to hop up here. You guys have a great night. Glenn up next with these guys on the panel. The draft up next right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
WIP's coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft from Lincoln Financial Field, along with the great Ike Reese, the great Hugh Douglas, and the great Elliott Shore-Parks. I'm Glenn McNow. We will be here through the Eagles pick tonight, whatever that may be. And gentlemen, I guess very shortly before I came on the air, there was breaking news, huge news, as the Eagles agreed to a contract with A.J. Brown. Either my phone is showing crazy numbers or this is correct. 3 years, $96 million, Ike Reese.
Woo!
84 million guaranteed, the largest contract for any wide receiver in the history of the NFL. Your thoughts?
Yeah, just another awesome job by Howie Roseman and his team. I mean, the talent is unquestionable. I think the guy's the best player on the football team, quite frankly. That's just how good A.J. Brown is. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing I love about where A.J. Brown is at in his career. He is, I believe, a year older than Devontae Smith.
27.
Yeah, so he's not that. In other words, it's not like he's 3 or 4 years older than Devontae Smith. They're going to be able to play together for the next 5 years, and they'll go down, if they're not already, as the greatest receiving tandem here ever. But now you're talking about the potential of being one of the best tandems in the history of the league.
Absolutely.
With
there is that chance.
Yeah, with the way the passing game is in today's game, man, this is basically saying, Jalen, it's all there for you.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more talent can they put on the offensive side of the ball? Not only that, they've locked up all the young talent on that side of the ball for the next 4 years.
It's also one less distraction for next year. I think next year is going to be a high pressure situation for Nick Sirianni, for Jalen. The team's coming off a bad year. They really need, as few distractions as possible. We've talked on this station, is AJ going to be here beyond this year? Would they trade AJ? Does AJ want to be here? That's all gone now. AJ is going to be here. If he gets mad next year, week 2 or whatever, this is not, he's gone next year. He is fully committed to being with the Eagles, and the Eagles are fully committed to having him here. So outside of just signing a great player, to what Ike said, this does ease one distraction away that might have been there otherwise.
Yes, it ends the nonsense discussion of them drafting a wide receiver tonight, which is I'm glad to hear. That's a good thing. We are awaiting the commissioner's opening statements, which we will cover. Draft in Detroit, where there's a huge crowd of people.
Hey, G, you used to work out there in Detroit.
I did.
So you know about the D. Is that not beautiful or what?
It is great to see. And when I worked in Detroit, I spent 6 years in Detroit, and the Lions were pretty bad for most of them. Mm-hmm. They made the playoffs once. Billy Sims, I don't know if you guys remember. Billy Sims, yes. Billy Sims was the guy back then. But it's like when I lived there, it was the Tigers were number 1. They won a World Series. The Pistons were getting good.
Yeah.
It was that team was really good, and it's a good hockey town. And the Lions were down. The Lions came back great last year. It is. It's nice to see. It's a great sports town.
It is.
Hugh Douglas, just kind of your thoughts now going into the first round. I heard you guys coming in, but obviously we have turnover in the audience. What do you want to see the Eagles do in the first round, Hugh Douglas?
I want to see him go get another playmaker. I want them to see him go get a difference maker.
Even after this.
Even after this.
You can have a difference maker any position.
Yeah, I want a playmaker. I still would like them to go get a Brock Bowers. Now, if everybody's correct in this and thinking that Howie's going to move up to that 12 to 15 spot, then I would say get a corner. But if we stay at 22 and if Brock Bowers is still on the board at 22, I say go get the tight end.
So, Elliott, there has been talk all along that Howie is going to try to move up. There's been talk he's going to move up for a lot of different positions. They basically never stay where they start the night. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that there's a good chance we'll be discussing who the Eagles picked before number 22. I think they want to go up and get one of these offensive linemen.
You're saying we'll be able to head over, catch the end of the Sixers game?
Although
we're going to be here.
If Embiid gets ejected, this game might be over before the Sixers pick. But I think this draft is special on the offensive line. And in my time covering Howie, there's 2 things he likes to do. Be aggressive and go get a top talent and take an offensive lineman. I find it hard to believe Howie's going to sit out was one of the better offensive line drafts in recent years. So I think they're going to try to move up to get a guard that can also play tackle.
Okay.
I never like when it's a offensive line draft.
Yeah.
That never sounds good to me.
No,
And no
I'm with
offense
you.
to the offensive linemen, but when they took 3 linemen in the first 4 picks the year Lane got drafted, that was 2013.
Yep.
Go back and look at the rest of that draft.
Yep.
In the first round. I mean, Lane might be the only good pick in that entire first round.
And but that's why I think they should take an offensive lineman, because I think the players at other positions aren't that special in this year's draft. It doesn't mean if they take Kool-Aid McKinstry, he can't be a great corner. There's a lot of things to like about him. But the guys that are projected in this draft outside the top quarterbacks and receivers are the offensive linemen. Like those.
Let me ask you this, Elliot. What's more impactful, a great corner or a great guard?
I mean, I think it's becoming a little more even. I would probably lean corner. I would lean corner, but
lean.
Yeah.
But again,
I'm going to fall over corner. Okay.
Okay. I mean,
he gonna get the most.
Well,
Like,
but
he can know whether or not he can play right out the
but
gate.
I'll
If
ask
you got a
this.
great corner,
Yeah,
he
we
has
gonna- we
more
gonna
of an
figure-
impact
yeah.
on the outcome
We
of the
gonna
game
figure that out.
versus the
Yeah,
great
yeah.
guard.
No, but you need a great offensive line. And
No,
I
you
think
don't.
To win, you
Well, wait,
absolutely need a great
yes,
offensive line.
they need a great offensive line,
Not a
and they
great one.
already have 2 really, really
They
good
do,
tackles.
absolutely. On the ends, yeah.
Yeah,
A
and
great left guard.
and a great
Yep.
left guard and a promising center moving on his way up. So
I
there's
agree
really
with all
only
that.
one position that you need. You need to spend a first rounder on a guard?
Yeah, I think the offensive
don't
line
think
is
so.
as strong as your weakest link. So I agree that they have a ton of talent on there. But if teams can attack the guard spot, or Cam's not everything we think, Jalen's going to have pressure up the middle on all year, and that's
they
a
take a
major
guard in the
problem.
first round. I'm diving out that window head first.
No, don't do that.
Well, like I don't want to see
Yeah,
you do
I
that.
gotta tell you.
Hey,
I think it's nuts, but I also don't think it's impossible.
it ain't gonna look good for you, dog.
But I don't.
Elliot, you watched that defense all last year, right?
Yeah, I
You saw
that.
that they had no pass rush, nor could they cover.
Yes, but
Nor
again,
could they stop the run
It-
the last 6 games of the year. How are you just ignoring that?
if you told me that Will Anderson was in this draft, I'd be all for it. If Patrick Surtain or Sauce Gardner was in this draft, I'd agree with
So
you.
there's nobody
No,
on the defensive line or in the secondary that's worth picking at 22.
I don't think those players are as good as the offensive linemen. That's my opinion. That's my evaluation, right? Maybe the Eagles feel differently. Maybe you
What
feel
you
differently.
YouTube? Did you?
Yeah, of course.
No disrespect.
YouTube.
No
Well-
disrespect to you, but you're really good at analyzing college guards.
Well, we'll see who gets drafted.
He's been
earlier
doing
today.
his homework.
Well, I'm saying, we'll see where these guys go. The thought process
But
going. into
we'll
this
see
draft,
who's a good player or not who gets drafted.
Well, but to the
plenty of
value,
people know what I'm saying. There's plenty of teams, GMs make mistakes drafting guys. It doesn't mean that's going to be the best player.
No, you're right. You're right about that. That these corners could turn out to be the best cornerback class we've seen in years, right?
Yeah.
The fate is not decided tonight. But I'm saying going into tonight, the view is that these offensive linemen are better than the defensive players.
All right. Well, as we sit here at 8:09, when nothing has happened yet,
There's Marshall.
except
Marshall Mathers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Marshall Mathers.
they are starting to stoke up the crowd in Detroit. I was going to say we're going to go to the commissioner, but I imagine it's going to be
That's Eminem right there.
a couple more minutes of Eminem
in
before.
case nobody knows.
case
who you're
people
talking
didn't know.
about.
I love that Roger Goodell and Eminem are talking. Here's the commissioner.
From Detroit. Let's go, Big D.
Whoa, pause.
And if I was just kidding about the rap battle, we're going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go. Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
So as we are watching, some of the
So they
players
roll out
on
the
the
Lions.
Detroit Lions are
Excuse
coming
me,
out
did
on
They
stage.
win the Super Bowl?
No, but listen, it's what we said before. And again, having lived in Detroit
I
for,
let them live
for
you.
6 years,
No.
they were so down for so
Exactly.
long.
I mean, they win the
that
play.
for-
They
for
won
those-
a few playoff games.
Hey, man, they got interest again. They
I'm
revived
kidding.
a dead
You're right.
franchise.
You're right.
and-
You're
and-
right. You're right. I should be.
But
so
but
big.
all what
There's the
this means-
greatest running back ever,
Barry
of all
Sanders
time.
coming out.
Barry Sanders.
So
I
as
said this, Glenn, my 76-year-old mother-in-law is down there.
she's down, she's at the draft.
She's at the draft, yes.
She's a Lions fan.
Of course,
her.
she's a Lions
God
fan.
bless
Yeah,
her
she's from
heart.
Detroit. Yeah, she's
Oh,
born and
that's-
raised in
that's
Detroit.
terrible.
for-
All my in-laws are from Detroit. Half of them are probably in that
How-
crowd.
How did they feel about that game against Lomas Brown that you were in? Who'd they root for that game?
Wait a minute, Lomas, that's my
no,
frat brother.
that was before me.
Oh, that was before you.
Yeah, that was
Okay,
96,
that was like
yes.
96. That's
Yes.
right. That was before you.
Leave my frat brother.
Anyway.
That's my frat brother.
What all this means is,
Oh,
of
Lomas
course,
Yeah, Lomas
is that
my
when we
frat
talked about the draft starting at 8:00, we're probably not going to get the first pick till about
8:30
or so.
Yeah.
So it's going to be what it's going to be. Just in terms of the draft overall, there's not a lot of drama at the top, right? It's going to be quarterback.
Chalk.
Right.
Well, I'm assuming Washington can't screw this up, but who knows? They should take Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall, but would they take Drake May?
who would you?
J.J. McCarthy?
Who's the pick for
I
you?
think Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the draft.
the best quarterback in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Caleb Williams. I don't love Caleb Williams.
Do you think he's a bit of a product of USC?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's different. Well, somebody said they
Calvin Johnson.
he said he's was it Prince playing football?
Caleb Williams.
Yeah, but Prince could
Well, listen,
but Prince could play
I
basketball.
wish Chicago all the luck because there's been
Goodell
no.
again.
Okay, let's go to with the Commissioner Roger Goodell.
Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right, you ready to get the show on the road? Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
And a lot of food.
I love. You know what? Detroit fans are like us, Chicago Bears, and they immediately start to boo, as they should. So let's just discuss this pick for a moment because there's absolutely no drama in this pick. Ike, you don't think he's the best quarterback, and I will just tell you, I don't think the Bears have had a good quarterback since
Jim McMahon, and he wasn't that great.
Bobby Lane. I don't know. Go back.
That's what I was
Actually,
going to
Bobby
say.
Lane was Detroit. Excuse me.
I hope I'm wrong because Chicago, which is a great football city,
Great football.
that's
city.
a great organization.
There's a great history.
Yes, they deserve a quarterback.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah,
know,
I'd rather he go to the AFC.
Sure.
You know, I think a lot of these quarterbacks are going to end up going
Well,
to the
you know
NFC.
what? You know what? As a football fan, I like the balance. So the AFC is kind of top heavy with the quarterbacks.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I don't mind having some of the young guys over here in the NFC.
Okay. Elliot, what do you think of Caleb Williams and his chances for success in Chicago?
So I do think last year he kind of knew he was going to be the number 1 pick all year, and that probably impacted his play somewhat because I agree with Ike. He didn't have that wow, outstanding year you kind of hope to see from him. Jaden Daniels was probably better last year. But in terms of his success in Chicago, I actually think a main lesson from this is tonight, these players, where they go is going to have such a major impact on how good they are. Caleb Williams going to Chicago, it's going to be so much harder for him to have a good career than if, let's just say in a hypothetical world, he landed on the Eagles tonight. So Chicago, it's going to be tough for him to succeed. In Washington, Jaden Daniels has such a massive uphill climb to have a good career there because of the struggles they've had there. Now, they are under new ownership, which helps, but that's been a disaster of an organization for a while. So, yeah, Caleb's going to struggle, but it's a good time, too. The Eagles are a well-run franchise, so whoever goes to Philadelphia tonight is going to have a good chance to have a good career. It's going to be tougher for Caleb.
I'm going to tell you, my sleeper quarterback in this draft is Penix Jr.
Yeah.
Love him.
Penix.
Love him as a quarterback. Big, strong, can stand in the pocket. Doesn't necessarily rely on his legs a lot, which will mean he'll play a lot longer because he's more of a pocket passer.
Mm-hmm.
Has probably the strongest arm or one of the strongest arms in the draft. I think whichever team gets him, they're getting a gem.
By the way, the Bears signed DeAndre Swift, who was with the Eagles last year. The Eagles, certainly the Eagles traded up in that position with Saquon Barkley. But DeAndre Swift had a really nice year. It was only 1 year.
Quietly, too.
Back in his hometown. But boy,
It must have been something they felt they could upgrade over. I'm with you. I thought he had a good year last year, Well, there must have been something
Is
they
it-
felt
is it-
like
I
they
think-
could
I
do.
think
the
they
blocking?
believe-
Was it the
yeah.
receiving? Because he
I-
was
I
a good
think-
receiver.
I think
coming
they
in.
believe he was a product of the offensive line.
I think there was a lot of times where he ran the football where
Elliot,
they felt
how
like
could
he
he be
could
a
have did
product
more.
of the offensive line if the offensive line is so needy?
Well, Jason Kelsey retired. I don't know
Dun, dun,
if you
dun.
saw that one. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I didn't know losing Jason Kelsey was no big deal.
Oh,
He's
no,
only
no.
he was only their best offensive lineman last year.
That's the first time you mentioned his name, so
Yeah.
I didn't know that he was in your consciousness.
Well, he's not because he's not on the roster anymore.
Well, he just means as a reason as to why they need to draft.
Yeah.
A
linemen.
guard.
Right. The loss of Kelsey is why they should prioritize the offensive line tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. Just Glenn just saying you hadn't heard you say that
Why,
yet.
why is Chicago dragging this out?
Yeah, they always do. It's like we
Like,
know
why-
what
why-
they're
like,
going
come
to
on.
do.
Because
The NFL wants
because the
them to,
commissioner
yeah.
said, could you at least wait till there's 2 minutes left before you make this pick?
This is
They
ridiculous.
got to show the highlights. They,
Yes.
I know. I don't think they're sitting by the phone waiting for a trade.
Would you guys rather have there be a run on quarterbacks like Penix goes before 13, Bo
It's
Nix,
Penix.
Penix,
What
the hell? What's wrong with
Make
y'all?
it even
You're going to get us
closer. Yeah.
blipped here.
I've been
Yeah,
listening
yeah.
to Jack too much say
I know.
Phoenix.
That's what I'm saying. Penix. What?
Penix.
All right.
Would you rather have Penix
Bad
go
name.
early, Bo Nix go early, JJ McCarthy, and have players push down to the Eagles?
Yeah.
Sure.
Or are you guys interested in, let's say, they fall, they're there at 22, and teams are calling the Eagles offering picks like a future first to get that quarterback?
Oh, that's interesting.
So if you're
because
at
then-
22,
so then we're moving. The Eagles are going to move down to the second round.
right? So let's say
I
at
don't know if they-
22, Bo Nix is on the board, and let's just use a team like the Giants. The Giants take Neighbors at 6; they don't take a quarterback. The Giants say to you, "All right, we'll give you next year's 1, and we're going to move up to 22, but you move back to 36 or whatever it would be."
I would say it all depends on who's there, like who's available
Right.
at 22 at that point.
You're going to give up an opportunity to get Cooper DeJean?
That's what I'm saying. You got to figure out who's there at 22
I think
before I start moving around.
I would prefer to end the night with a player for sure. I
Yeah,
agree,
In theory, I like the idea.
but
As a guy who's sitting here for the next 4
Right.
hours,
but a
I want to
future
have something to
first,
talk about.
a future first from a team like the Patriots
I
would be
hear you.
very valuable.
I've done this
Tired
show.
of future picks.
I've done this show when we went through like 5 hours. It used to be like 15 minutes.
Yep.
First round. I can remember. I think
Sure.
I think the three of us were doing this year, and it was an afternoon draft. It was still during the day.
Yep.
And we were on like 5 hours, and the Eagles were good, so they draft like 28, 29, and we wait, and they traded down.
Yeah.
It was either the year they traded down and got Kevin Cobb, which was not a good move, or it might have been the year they traded down for Deshaun Jackson.
I think that's what it was. I think it was that year.
Yeah.
I think it was that year. Yeah, we sat here all day.
Yeah.
And then, they
And like nothing.
made
So-
no pick whatsoever.
right.
Elliot. Yeah.
So
Try doing that show all day.
right.
Well, then, all right. So then I'm guessing you and the Eagles are rooting for a run on quarterbacks.
Well,
because
the-
the more that go early, the more positional
The
players
pick
fall
is
down. Yeah.
in, so we are
All right,
going.
here we go.
The big mystery is going to happen, and we can't wait to hear what the Chicago Bears are going to do to shake up the world. They say the pick is in, and yet they're not going to the commissioner. We'll wait till.
I miss Mayock because Mayock used to be mad all night with these shows.
Mayock was the best ever. at
He
this.
was.
Yeah.
I loved him.
Yeah.
I loved him.
What is he doing now?
Well, he had
Chilling?
no time for the tomfoolery on these shows. He didn't have
right?
time for the
The
silliness.
shows have changed.
Yes.
Mayock stayed old school.
Yes.
Oh, so he didn't adapt.
He went about all that
Change.
joking and playing on TV.
Yeah.
He was an analyst.
Yeah.
He took
That's what
his
we
job.
need, real
Hey,
football guys.
We took himself way
as
too
we-
serious.
As we wait, he was a real football guy. Wasn't a great general manager, but he was a very good football guy.
Way too serious.
As we wait for the pick to come in, and I may have to interrupt you guys even as I ask the question, who's the first non-quarterback taken today?
Oh,
Ooh,
Marvin Harrison Jr.,
Yeah, I
bro.
was about to say that. Yeah.
Uh,
Listen,
No
he's not.
hesitation on that, eh?
He's not
Arizona
the
probably,
fastest.
yeah.
He's not the fastest receiver, but boy, he gets open.
He is a monster.
Listen. I saw him play when they played Penn State. Was it last year? Whatever. Man, he's a game changer.
That's why people think the draft really begins at 4, because the top
Yeah.
3 are going to be quarterbacks. That 4 spot, do the Vikings move up and try to get J.J. McCarthy? Does another team move up there?
J.J. McCarthy he's the guy that's going to be overdrafted tonight.
I like J.J. McCarthy. It sounds like more than you do, based off that.
Podium.
But, yeah.
All right, let's go to the podium for the commissioner and find out the
With
first
the
pick.
first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Ho hum.
the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC.
Snap back to Caleb. He'll run it himself to the 10. Down to the 5. He's going to go. Touchdown! The Trojans have come back to take the lead. How do you do?
Caleb Williams is one of the most anticipated quarterback prospects in recent memory. The former Heisman Trophy winner has even drawn comparisons to Patrick Mahomes with his incredible combination of arm strength and athleticism. He has all the tools you look for at the position and could be a franchise quarterback for years to come.
Well, there you go. He is the first pick, as everybody expected, and I kind of just hope he's not doomed to failure going to a place like Chicago.
He is. but I'm with you, Glenn.
Yeah,
it
can't change there. I mean,
it can't.
Coaches change, GMs change,
but to Elliot's point, it does matter where you go. Now, I don't know what the hell Chicago's thinking about, but why would you keep Matt Eberflus
100%
as your head coach?
Yeah, I agree.
Why would you keep him as your head coach?
To me, I feel like, because everybody wants to talk about the quarterback from the Texans now. They put
C.J.
Stroud. Everybody want to talk about the success that he had. I think he had that success because DeMeco Ryans was that far removed from the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's important.
You're saying he was a young coach?
A young coach, young quarterback,
and
they put some talent around him.
He brought a young offensive coordinator with him from San Francisco with him.
Because, man, you've seen this before. Like, coaches are set in their ways to a certain extent, especially when it comes to their offense and their baby. Coach Reed did it when he got here with Donovan.
Sure.
He adapted an offense to help his quarterback thrive. You have to do that, man. The same thing, like Shanahan did it with the older Matt Ryan, and they thrived. You have to be able to marry. Ron Rivera did it with Cam Newton.
Mm-hmm.
You have to marry some of the concepts that young quarterbacks are familiar with some of the NFL concepts to help them along faster. Now, I think Caleb Williams has a bunch of talent. But, it's always funny how every year we hear about all this talent that these quarterbacks have. Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and those guys. Remember, there was a conversation being had who they want to take first. Sure. Both of these guys struggled because nobody wanted to adapt to what they did better.
I'll give Chicago credit. They added some talent to the offense for him.
Yeah.
So, Chicago usually isn't known for their offensive skill position.
They got
guys.
Keenan Allen in the offseason, too. Is a really very good player. Yeah, and Swift.
He did paint his name.
He's got the one painted, yeah. I do think, though, and all what you're saying is correct, but I think what Caleb Williams will give him a chance is he is very good at creating plays off script.
Yep.
And so in Chicago, when the play call is not good or the guard blows a assignment and he's under pressure, he is very good at throwing on
working.
Sure, I
see that's not a
Elliot's
great.
That's
why we love ESP.
I got to tell you, Elliot, I have never heard anybody. I've been on this station for 31 years.
I don't know where this is going.
I've been doing this draft show for the last 17, 18 years.
Yep.
No one ever has lobbied for a guard as vociferously as you are doing tonight.
That's not where you want your young quarterback living, though, improvising his first season.
Well, but I'm saying, it is an important quality of his. As we talk about these other quarterbacks, like let's go back to J.J. McCarthy. I think he is better than he's given credit for.
That outfit he got
but he is not someone that's going to create on the fly when the play breaks down. Caleb Williams is athletic. Yes. He can throw. When he throws on the run, it looks like he has his feet set because his arm is so strong.
All right,
so that'll help.
Let's talk. The next pick is one clearly we have a lot of interest in. Washington is up next.
That's the one we need to be worried about.
Division rival.
Wait a minute. Which one of the quarterbacks was mad because he was there with the rest of them?
Jaden. He doesn't want to go to Washington. That seems to be the prevailing thought.
Okay. So Washington has been down for a lot of years now. They got new ownership. I mean, you can say it's better than the old ownership, which is a low bar to clear, but it is. Rivera is a competent head coach. At least he has been in the past. They got a long way to go, though. 4-13 last year. Dan Quinn is the coach.
Yeah.
They're kind of the same guy.
Yeah, Quinn, they are kind of the same guy. But Dan Quinn is
now
the head coach there. Again, they haven't won a playoff game in the last 19 years. How concerned should we be, Ike, about them getting the young franchise quarterback?
Not very concerned immediately. Washington, another bad franchise that can't get out of their own way. You got the number 2 pick in the draft. You know damn well you need a quarterback. Why would you go hire Dan Quinn?
Yep.
Why? Why did you go hire Dan Quinn, a defensive coach? So it's going to take Jaden Daniels playing under Dan Quinn for 2 years. Then he gets fired. Then they bring in an offensive guy.
Yeah.
Then we may start to see how good Jaden Daniels could be down there in Washington. I don't like the hire of Dan Quinn. I will say this.
He was their second choice.
Now, they did bring in Kingsbury for what it's worth.
Is Kingsbury
He's
there?
the offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Who is obviously a better
he'll
offensive
clearly
lineman
have the
than Quinn.
independence to do that.
Okay.
Right, but Kingsbury's not, to Ike's point, one of the top offensive minds that's a head coach. I mean, he was out of a job for a reason. It's an intriguing
That was my
hire,
choice,
but-
though.
I think
Was that my
Washington.
choice?
I think the funny thing is, I think Washington actually has a lot of talent on their team. I just don't think they have good leadership.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll see. I agree with Elliot for once. Doesn't happen often. But Kingsbury is a guy who can really do it. Dan Quinn,
Right.
But Kingsbury,
Sure.
he can create something on the offense, and we'll see. It's not much to say. They'll be better than the Giants this year.
So Jaden Daniels,
Yes.
another.
Right?
you know,
They'll win 7-8 games this year.
Yeah, I think they'll be better than the Giants. But if they go Jaden Daniels, I mean, he's also someone that, again, can create on the fly. So should the Eagles be worried? Probably not, but there'll be times if it is Daniels where they play this year,
Well,
and
in
like he's
long-term.
running around, and they can't get pressure. Like he creates plays. And
The
that's
question
the
is,
worry.
in 4 years, will it?
That's
pay
what
off?
I'm looking
Yeah,
at.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this year, no. Okay, the pick is in. The commissioner is headed up to the podium. We'll see what, as Hugh says, the Washington Commodores do with this
The Commodores.
second pick of the NFL draft. Where's the
Is the first.
Go a little longer.
commissioner moving slowly this year? Didn't the commissioner have a
Yeah.
back issue or something?
All right, here we go. Here we go.
He's not doing any hugging.
Harris, Magic Johnson et al. Era. And who is the first pick of Washington tonight?
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Like, nobody saw that
Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Daniels going to keep it up the middle. He's free. 10, 5, touchdown. Fighting Tigers. 17-yard run for Jaden Daniels. 3 rushing scores on the day. And the Tigers lead 37-20. Hey now.
Jaden Daniels won the Heisman Trophy after producing one of the most explosive dual-threat seasons in college football history. 40 touchdowns through the air, 10 touchdowns on the ground, and nearly 5,000 total yards. Daniels has room to improve in the pocket, but few can compare with his raw athleticism.
Big kid, almost 6'4". I mean, got a really good NFL body for a quarterback.
Athleticism.
Yeah,
Well,
athleticism.
he is very underweight, though. I mean, he is very thin, so
Kinda too
that's a
thin to win.
concern. Yeah.
But at
he'll fill
6'4", you can put weight
Yeah,
on.
he'll fill out.
No, I know. I'm just saying, coming into
He's
the
a
NFL,
kid.
he is.
Is there anybody that you guys, Elliot? I know you're Mr. College Football. Is there anybody?
Was
that
a Temple grad,
Would
absolutely.
you? Well,
yeah.
there you go.
Go for it. You tell him, speak on it.
Anybody you would compare him to? Any quarterbacks that he reminds you guys of?
Well, everyone compares him to Lamar.
You talking about his athletic ability or is this size?
Whatever, anything.
I would say with size, 6'4", 6'5". Byron Leftwich was a tall quarterback. Had a nice cannon. Couldn't move like this kid moved, though. It was a different, Byron Leftwich is more of a pocket passer.
Yeah.
But he had that ominous presence like this kid does.
Hey, by the way,
I would-
we assume Josh Harris is down there.
Or
It's a good
is he-
question.
Or is he here?
Yeah.
Or is he here?
I
Where's
would guess
Josh?
he's
Did
at
the Devils
Washington.
play tonight? One of his other franchises. The man who has no loyalty to his city. That interloper.
I would guess he's probably more excited about the Washington Commanders right now
Yeah.
than he is the Sixers. Ironically, he reminds me of RG3.
RG3 was a pretty big
from a
lean-
body size.
Yeah, that's a
and-
good
Yeah,
comparison.
he reminds me
Not
of
as
sort of
tall.
RG3.
He's
yeah.
He's taller, but yeah, that's a good comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Good comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hopefully
think
hopefully he doesn't have the career like RG3
Right.
had there.
I will say, if I'm a quarterback, going to that stadium and that field when you're a running quarterback would be very worrisome. Like RG3, I think he said it, that field, the quality of it was why he
it's
hurt
terrible,
his knee.
yeah.
Right. So from just that point, I don't know. I'm sure Jaden Daniels is very happy he got drafted. He just became a very rich man. I wouldn't be too thrilled about going to Washington if I were him.
Yeah, I guess. And It's going to take a while for things to develop there, but we will see. So we are through the first two picks. Certainly no surprises. What is Howie Roseman?
They say this is where the draft starts at because nobody knows what New England is going to do.
And if they're going to trade
they could trade the pick.
You get a receiver, you don't have anybody.
Although that would be stupid.
If
you're New England, take a damn quarterback.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why would you take a receiver?
They don't have a quarterback. Right. They got to take another good. Which quarterback I'm not quite sure of.
Right.
But I think they got to
quarterback
take a
from Michigan.
I think they're going to take the quarterback. I
Michigan.
think they're going to take J.J. McCarthy.
I do too.
Yeah, I was about to say J.J. McDaniels.
Because remember the last quarterback they took from Michigan?
Yeah, that Brady kid.
Yeah, he worked out.
Oh, yeah, there you
Pick
go.
199. They showed the picture of him from the combine today.
Oh,
that
yeah, he
shirtless
had
picture. Man, no definition at all.
No muscle tone whatsoever.
No, he looked like a guy who had to
You
do a
almost
weekend
don't-
of drinking
You
beer.
almost don't even believe that's Brady. You're like, no, that's not the same guy.
No. It's like they just somebody stuck his head on somebody else's body.
Yeah.
Elliot, what is Howie Roseman doing right now?
Well, he's probably, first of all, happy that, as expected, it's been quarterbacks. I think we all think a quarterback will go here. I think he's hoping the quarterback's going to run, and he's probably starting to call teams at 12, 13 and saying, all right, if this breaks the way it looks like it might, do we have a deal in place? So I think so far, again, only 2 picks and expected picks, Howie's probably happy there hasn't been any wild cards.
So what is his biggest hope? Like if it all breaks right, you say.
Yeah. So
what does it all break right at?
My opinion aside, I believe they are going into this draft wanting an offensive lineman. I think they want one of the special prospects to fall to them. I think, again, they want someone that week 1 start one can start at guard, but is athletic enough to potentially play tackle if needed. So I think that's their number one wish tonight going in.
The guard and move up to 12.
There's no way.
to
There's
take
no
a
way that's their
guard?
number one
We're
wish.
taking a guard.
No way.
Okay.
We're taking a
And
guard.
here's the other
Glenn.
thing. Here's the other thing about it. If you get a guard
Baller.
and he's really good at guard, I'm not going to screw around and move him somewhere else. I'm going to keep him at guard.
So I agree with
And
that.
if you get a guard and he's not very good at guard, well, then you blow him the pick anyway.
100%.
So you're not drafting a tackle. You're drafting a guard.
I agree with that, but Landon Dickerson, it was the same thing. They're going to draft him, and then he'll move to center.
But you do that going in. And guard to center is different than guard to tackle.
It's different. I mean, different body types, I guess. But there are prospects in this year's draft that are viewed as being able to play guard and tackle. So I think they like that, he could start at a weakness and then also potentially move. But I do agree with you, Glenn. If they take, let's say, Fuagu or one of those, then if he's great at that position, I don't think he'll move to tackle.
Like, who's the best defensive player in the draft?
Ooh, the best defensive player in the draft.
Because if it's going to be if it's going to be 3 quarterbacks followed by Marvin Harrison, followed by a bunch of guard tackles, how about you stick at 10 and then you end up getting the best defensive player?
You can get the Jared Verse kid from Florida State.
All right, the commissioner
Goodell.
is walking up to the podium. Here he is.
Third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, North Carolina.
Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
May, clean pocket. Now he rolls out to the right. He's going to try to go deep. Has a man there. And touchdown, Carolina. McCollum beats the coverage of Aiden Gooseby for the 46-yard goal.
Drake May has elite arm strength and ideal size. At 6'4", 230 pounds, he can make throws off platform and make plays with his legs. May's confidence in his arm can occasionally lead him to make risky throws under pressure, but he's an accurate passer with a prototypical NFL arm.
Well, so they took a quarterback, not the one necessarily we were talking about, but certainly a guy who was in the running. You guys remember the 1999? Was that or 98? What was the McNabb draft? 99. And how many quarterbacks were taken?
I know one of them. Was it Tim Couch?
Yep.
Tim Couch was number 1.
Culpepper.
Achilles Smith.
Culpepper
was
number. Donovan 2. Achilles Smith 3.
Cade McNown.
Cade McNown was about 8.
was
Culpepper
5.
was 5.
Yep.
Culpepper was in there.
I mean, it was 5 QBs.
Oh, 5 QBs. Yeah. All in first round. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I like this pick for the New England Patriots. Young, he doesn't have to play right now. They got Jacoby Brissett up there. Everyone was like, well, why would you take a quarterback right now when the team isn't ready for a young quarterback? How many times are you going to be at the top of the draft to get one of the best quarterbacks in the draft? So even if he has to sit for a year, that's even beneficial for him. He's young. And when he was coming out, I think he might have been rated the number one quarterback coming out of high school.
Yep.
He could have gone to any school. He chose to go to North Carolina because it's a family. I think his dad went there and his brother went there. So he just chose to go to North Carolina. So I say that to say he has all the traits of being the best quarterback in the draft. And he gets one more year to actually learn behind Jacoby Brissett while New England can still build up talent around him without the pressure of having to play right now. I like this pick.
I also think you're just better off always taking the quarterback. Is it going to be hard for him to succeed? Yes. I don't think you expect him to be rookie of the year there. But you get him in your building for a year. You learn about him personally. You see him on the practice field, his ability to pick up the offense, all those things. And you have a better idea after a year if he can be the guy. When the Eagles were rebuilding, they had Bradford, who obviously was terrible, but they at least invested in him. And then they took Wentz. So until you find the guy, you just continually take.
It's the McNabb lesson, too.
Yeah.
They weren't you guys weren't ready to win when Donovan came in.
No, but they gradually worked him in.
Yeah.
And Doug Peterson came in. He was the quarterback. Yep. I think that's the art, and that's one of the things
People
that's
forget
lost.
Patrick Mahomes didn't play his first year.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's lost, Ike, with young quarterbacks, because there's so much pressure to play them right now. We talk about Bryce Young down there in Carolina. He was thrown into a
fire,
a storm, a S storm, and now he's labeled a bust. If you don't have enough around him, or if you think he's not ready to play, it's always a great idea to draft him young, let him develop slowly, bring him along, and then put him out there as opposed to just throwing him.
Look at Jordan Love right now.
Yeah. And Green Bay's done that spectacularly for the last
3
30 years.
Yes.
I mean,
Man, they develop quarterbacks,
hit every time, man. But it's tough to do now because there is pressure to start
pressure.
Guys quickly. And
And you know what the funny thing about, like, say for instance, Caleb Williams, he's been in California. I mean, I don't go to California much, but I would venture to think that the pressure in California to play well is a lot different than it's going to be in Chicago. He gets off to a rough start, man. Ain't no telling how he's going to respond to that. That's important too.
I do think, and we'll talk about this with quarterbacks, but to tie in the Eagles, like Caleb Williams has been a star for a year. He is, I think, ready to go and be the face of the franchise. I think one thing the Eagles have found and why they've pivoted towards big school players is coming to Philadelphia. You do have to have the right personality for that. You do have to be able to handle that type of pressure. So tonight when they make a pick, Quinyon Mitchell, I think is a good prospect, all those things. He hasn't played in the type of environment he's coming into that he would if they drafted him to Philadelphia. So I do think it's important that when they make their pick, they get someone they think can handle the spotlight that's going to be on them.
It is, but man, Chicago, the pressure in Chicago, they've been waiting for 50 years.
No, I agree, but Caleb Williams has been, one of the most known football players in the world for the last year. I'm not saying it's the same as Chicago.
They're about to kill Cody Parkey, man. Come on now, it's
I agree.
Real in Chicago,
man. is not a kinder and gentler city.
Yeah, for sure. They're about to kill Cody Parkey. They gave him death threats.
For sure, I just think he's more prepared for it than other small school players.
Oh no. I don't know. He better not be out there crying.
Dude, they about to listen.
He had a couple crying incidents last year.
Well, he's going to lose a lot of games, so we'll see early on.
He's going to have to learn to cope.
I tell you what, he better come out slinging it right. They better win more than 7 games this year.
Arizona is on the clock next. The Cardinals with the 4th pick of the draft. The commissioner is headed up to the podium.
Where we're going?
They're going receiver.
Marvin Harris.
Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Quarterback to throw. Looks, fires into the end zone. Caught Harrison, touchdown. There it is. 17-yard score. Kyle McCord to Marvin Harrison, the high school teammates hook up for the TD.
The son of an NFL Hall of Famer, Marvin Harrison Jr. tormented defenses in his time at Ohio State. He won the Fred Biletnikoff Award last season after compiling over 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns. He has good size, outstanding hands, elite speed, and is an excellent route runner. In terms of prospects, he's as can't miss as they get.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. is, I'm sure it's a popular pick out there.
Man, that was easy to make. That was an easy pick to make.
Yeah.
For real.
Amazing bloodlines, amazing college career, good body. He's got hands.
He's bigger than his daddy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, his father
he
wasn't
probably ain't
particularly
as
big.
fast as his daddy.
Nah, hell no.
He
He
ain't
as
fast as his daddy,
dad.
but he's a big receiver.
Yeah, that's
He might be the best player in the draft. If you
Yes.
remove positional value, Caleb
Yes.
Williams, I understand, but Marvin Harrison Jr. has all the ability, other than being on a good team, to be one of the best receivers in the NFL right away. Size, speed, route
Hold on.
runner, hands.
He out there with your boy, JG.
Yeah, he's a great defensive coordinator, not a great offensive coach. So
I don't know, man. Listen, you put him, Kyler Murray look sort of
Like a world beater
well, he
against
looked
us.
rejuvenated the second
No,
half
that's
of the
fair.
season.
Yeah,
He
that's
looked
fair.
like a beast
He looked motivated.
against us.
Yeah. I mean, down the stretch, he really did look good. So you give him a legitimate number one wide receiver. I like Marvin
helps
Harrison Jr. Yeah.
All right, so we are through 4 picks. No real surprises yet. The quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes number 4. Eagles currently sitting at pick 22. It's a long way off, but with Howie Roseman, you never know. Let's take a
never
break.
know.
We will come back and we will continue our coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft with Ike Reese, Hugh Douglas, and Elliott Shore Parks. I'm Glenn Mack. Now we're at the Link on 94 WIP.
sports station. This is the 94 WIP Draft Show on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back. We're going to go right to the commissioner for the Chargers pick number 5.
I see what you did. Thank you, brother.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle.
Oh, wow.
So they
Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame. At 6'8" and 315 pounds, Alt was a near impenetrable force in college. In the last 2 years combined, he allowed just 1 sack in 26 games. With elite physical ability and technique, he's also outstanding in the run game, leveraging his size to bulldoze defensive linemen. Alt profiles as an elite tackle with the ability to be a perennial Pro Bowler.
Quarterbacks and tackles, baby.
Threw the draft off. That one kind of threw it off just a tad.
You think? I mean, he's certainly projected to be what, top 6-7 pick.
Well, I had
a huge draft off.
Well, I'm talking about through my draft off.
A huge draft.
He was projected to be on my drafts. He was projected to be number 9.
Okay. No, I do think
they
yeah.
just showed him getting out of a chair.
Just a big man.
He's a house.
The big
this
dude.
guy.
I do.
Dad played for the Chiefs.
I do think, this is a good pick right here for the Eagles because leading up to the draft these last few days, there's been a lot of talk about J.C. Latham going there, someone who's a great athlete, can play guard, can play tackle, someone that the Eagles, I believe, brought to Philadelphia on a visit, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact he's made it past 5, if we want to talk about Howie trading up, if J.C. Latham keeps falling, he's someone I could see them moving up for.
Okay. Hugh, who's the biggest offensive tackle you played against?
Oh, Jonathan Ogden by far.
Yeah.
You talking about some nightmarish type thoughts when you say
what was it? He was
he played, and you know what's funny? I didn't know he played. He started off as a guard. Like he came in and he played guard. Then he moved him out to tackle.
Now you're getting Elliot all excited.
Oh no, I just I gave some
You gave him some ammo there.
No, but he was the biggest. And you know what the funny thing about it, when you seen, it wasn't like he looked like he was the quickest guy out there because he was so smooth and he was hard to get around. It was him. He was by far the biggest, and Walter Jones was probably the best.
Oh yeah, Walter Jones was great.
Yeah, them two right there, man.
Yeah, that's
a long ass day.
That's pretty good. All right, so Harbaugh grabs the big tackle. Makes sense, right? I mean, nobody thinks that's a bad pick.
No.
Okay.
No, they needed a tackle.
No.
I thought they honestly were going to go receivers.
Yeah.
No, that's Harbaugh. Harbaugh, like Justin Herbert, for all you fantasy football people, I don't know if Justin Herbert is the guy you want in fantasy football. He's gotten rid of both his wide receivers. He loves to run the football. That's what Jim Harbaugh does.
That's what he's going to do.
Yeah, Justin Herbert is there.
Right behind this guy. Hand off, run behind this guy.
He's going to run the football and play defense.
Right,
so there was a report from Schefter that teams called the Chargers recently trying to trade for Herbert, and they turned it down. So
rightfully so.
Yeah. But I guess there was some speculation. Maybe they would take McCarthy because of the history, obviously, with Harbaugh. But
all right, so the Giants are up, and this is the next pick that we obviously care a lot about. Pick 6, the Giants. The pick is already in. We should be going to it in a couple of minutes. Ike, what's the smart move for the Giants?
Quarterback.
Yeah, that's thinking.
I mean, I would go with Michael Penix Jr. if I were the Giants.
You said earlier you thought he was the best one.
I would go with him.
Over Tommy DeVito?
Yes.
Over Daniel Jones?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they may. They're going either McCarthy or Malik Neighbors, the receiver from LSU. They need a quarterback, in my opinion. So if I were them, to your question, the smart move, take a quarterback.
But you don't think they'll do it. Hugh, what are they going to do?
I think on my big board, I have the Giants. I haven't taken Drake May. I haven't taken the quarterback.
Well, he's gone. Okay.
Oh, no,
so
I meant,
the
next quarterback in line.
I will say this. I saw an interview with J.J. McCarthy earlier today, and it was funny because Rich Eisen asked him, where do you think he's going to go and who showed the most interest? And normally draft prospects won't tell you that. He had no problem saying the Giants.
Really?
He's like, he's had 2 meetings with him. He talked about the install and the concepts and everything else. So maybe McCarthy knows that the Giants like him enough that he may be going here.
I think the best player on the board is a receiver, whether you like
Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, Malik Neighbors. But to kind of counter the point about quarterbacks, I don't think you take a receiver until you have a quarterback. So this would be a bit of a wasted pick if they go receiver.
All right, the commissioner's walking to the podium. He's got his usual big smile. He's everybody's best friend.
Goodell.
Here he is.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Snap back to Daniels. Has time. Throws toward the end zone to Neighbors. Made the catch. Is he inbounds? Yes, he is. Touchdown, Fighting Tigers. Blew by the defender. Over the shoulder catch at full speed.
Malik Neighbors shined in LSU's high-octane offense last season with over 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns. He's LSU's all-time leader in receiving yards, a school that's seen its fair share of NFL talent at that position. Neighbors can struggle against press coverage, but he's a dynamic athlete with elite speed alongside great ability after the catch.
So, Elliot, James Bradbury's going to cover this guy?
Eagles better hope
there
not.
you go.
No. I mean, Keely Ringo,
can I
maybe.
just, I like Keely Ringo.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, I mean, to your point, he doesn't have anyone to throw him the ball, so me or you could probably cover him, but because the ball's not getting there. But yeah, I mean, he's a very good receiver, great after the catch. Only 6 foot, if I'm not mistaken, so slightly undersized for the position. But no, I mean, yeah, he's a great player.
Undersized.
6 foot's not huge for a receiver.
What if it's not undersized?
It's not undersized, but yeah, I mean, like Brian Thomas Jr. 6'3". Marvin Harrison, I think, is above
Eagles have a
6'4".
wide receiver weighs about 150 pounds, and he's doing okay.
Yeah.
With wide receiver, well, they said he has a little trouble against press.
No, to Elliot's point, great player. Hey, who's throwing him the ball?
Right.
What's that dude's name? The quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, who's throwing him the ball? Like
I don't know. So they're really going to hang with Daniel Jones,
I guess.
right? I mean that's
awesome for us.
Yeah.
Well, especially coming off that injury. I mean, you
And they gave him
don't
a
even
ton
know
of
if
money.
Daniel Jones will be ready for next year at this point.
Yeah, look, Tommy DeVito may be the starting quarterback next year.
Man,
Did they
that was
sign
fun
a
for about 2 weeks.
Did they sign a veteran guy?
No.
Tyrod Taylor or somebody?
He was there last year, but I don't think they re-signed
I don't think
him.
so. I think it's Daniel Jones, and I think behind that it's DeVito, and I think that's the way they're going.
Good for the Giants.
Yeah, I guess.
Good for the Eagles.
I said that tongue in cheek.
I know you did. I know, and if you're a Giants fan, it's kind of fun because he's an exciting player and all that. But yeah, ultimately, if nobody can throw him the ball, you
It's
ain't gonna
wasted
win.
talent. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to want to leave in 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won't play his career for the Giants unless they make a trade at quarterback.
So there have been no trades through the first 5 picks, which strikes me as unusual.
Through the first 6, right?
Excuse me, first
Yeah. 6 or 5?
6.
Yeah, the Giants were 6.
Yeah, Giants were 6. There have been no trades through the first 6. There were a lot of talk of teams that wanted to move up. Minnesota supposedly wanted to move up.
Denver
Denver wanted to move
for a
up.
quarterback.
Yeah, maybe stuff starts to happen here because so far it's been kind of no shockers. I mean, we don't agree with all the picks,
Right.
But nothing you can say like, what the hell were they thinking?
Well,
I'm seeing a lot of mocks like this, and it's
Right.
sort of gone chalk as
Yeah.
far as the mocks go.
Yeah, not on my mock.
Denver's a team, if they trade up for a quarterback.
I think your mock came out of your.
Hey, my mock, I didn't. Yeah, my mock ain't going.
Yeah, I'm
What you got there?
Well, I was going to say, if Denver trades up for a quarterback, I think 12, where they're at now, is a prime spot for the Eagles to move up. So I think if you're the Eagles, you're hoping they decide not to pull the trigger on a deal, because then if guys do fall to 12, I
He's
think
right.
there could be a move there.
He's right. You could see a run on quarterbacks at 11, 12, and 13. Vikings, Broncos, and Raiders, they all need a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We have not discussed the possibility of the Eagles drafting a defensive line, which I would have no problem with whatsoever. That pass rush disappeared last year.
Yeah.
Pass rush disappeared because the coaching was incompetent towards it, and you didn't get, and nobody was covered on the back end, man. Like people were running free. People were running free on that back end all over the place.
Well, okay. Well, so that's fine. And I'm on record. I would like to see a cornerback as the number 1 pick, but I would be great with a defensive lineman. Hugh, you saw the defensive ends on this team last year, the pass rushers on this team. Now with Reddick gone, who's the threat to rush the quarterback?
And listen, I'm saying this on strictly potential, and I'm probably the only person that's going to agree with this. I think Nolan Smith, if he's coached up, that he could be a guy that could get after the quarterback. He has a tremendous first step, man. He just needs to learn spatial awareness, and I feel like he needs to be coached up a lot more than he was last year.
Okay.
I really, really do.
And I'm not going to, certainly after 1 year, I'm not going to draw rash judgment. I mean, Brandon Graham, you guys remember the first couple of years. Nothing,
it was horrendous for him.
Right, nothing.
It's tough.
But he did have an injury early on.
He had an injury, and they moved him back, and they moved
Yep.
him back and forth. Play with your hand on the ground, play standing up.
To be fair, Nolan Smith wasn't Brandon Graham in college.
Nah.
Brandon Graham was the Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah. Drafted way
All-American
higher.
guy. Like, Brandon Graham was a beast at Michigan.
Yeah.
Was a straight-up beast. So, and that's why he went as early as he did.
If they do take a defensive lineman, the one I would want them to take, and I think is the best one, is Byron Murphy out of Texas. I think that Jordan Davis, while very well could be an NFL player, has not yet shown he can rush the passer, really impact the passer in any way. Jalen Carter's life will be easier if you put Byron Murphy next to him as opposed to Jordan Davis. So I think the Bears have been linked to him with their second pick, but if he's still on the board at, again, 12, 13, 14, I would consider if I was Eagles, because I think he is one of the few special defensive players in the
So
draft.
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm just going to observe they've been doing this NFL draft, I believe, since 1930. Jake Burwanger was the first pick of the NFL draft ever. So let's say they've been doing the draft for 75 years, and there's more teams than there used to be, but let's say there's been 20, 25 teams a year, 1,800 teams. I'll bet you in the history of the league, no team has ever drafted a defensive tackle in the first round 3 years in a row.
I know, right?
Right?
Yeah, but I don't think
I'm not saying it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm just observing, like, who thought after last year's draft, if we said, hey, they may have to spend the first pick on a D tackle, we would have been very surprised.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it should prevent them from doing it. It doesn't sound like you think
I'm with
should.
you.
Yeah, but the reality is, if you look at receiver, they tried Rager. I mean, they made moves at receiver, but they kept going, and now they have one of the best receiving cores in the league. So I wouldn't let past picks at defensive tackle impact what they do tonight.
No, I wouldn't either. And again, you need depth there. They need a guy there. They need a passer. Listen, they need linebackers. Not that they're going to draft one in the first round.
Well, what's interesting
Well,
is
here's the thing I haven't figured out yet. Are they running a 4-3 or a 3-4?
I'm a venture to say 3-4. I
3-4. Okay,
I
I don't even know what defense they're running.
Because I would say the personnel that you have, it looks like it caters more to the 3-4.
But hold on, we came from a 4-3.
Yeah, we came. Yeah, we
no. I mean, like the Eagles last year's defense.
Well, it was a hybrid.
Was it a 4-3?
Wasn't it a hybrid?
It was until they started dropping all the defensive ends into coverage. Then what do you call that?
So
a 2-6?
I wouldn't pick the scheme because of Jordan Davis. I think he's better in a 3-4, but he's not, in my opinion, an important or good enough player to dictate the coverage, the scheme you run on defense.
Well, I think that when I look at it, because you want Nakobe Dean to be out there, because Howie has basically said that they want Nakobe Dean out there. Stop that. Devin White is going to be out there, so I'm assuming they're going to be your two middle guys. Bryce Huff is going to be one of the outside linebackers, and I'm assuming Nolan Smith will be the other.
Okay.
So that means that you got Jordan, you got Jordan Davis in the middle, Jalen Carter on one end, and who am I missing? For the next Sweat.
The commissioner is coming up to deliver the next pick of the draft, which belongs to the Tennessee Titans. You're listening to 94 WIP in Philadelphia.
Dallas Turner.
Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle.
Oh yeah, that.
Alabama.
J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama. Taking over after Evan Neal went to the NFL, Latham hit the ground running as a stalwart on the Crimson Tide offensive line. In 2 years, he allowed just 2 total sacks and was a difference maker in the run game as well, thanks to his massive size at 6'6" and 360 pounds. He can have issues with quicker edge rushers, and his footwork needs improvement, but scouts believe Latham will only continue to develop as a pro.
Well, there you go. The second offensive lineman goes, another big tackle. This
He's
one
a big
from
ass
Alabama.
dude.
Yeah, some large guys going
That's
there.
a big ass man.
Yeah, he's walking out there, and the camera can't even get up. It's like at his waist. So the Falcons are up next. They're number 8. It would be, I think, cost prohibitive for the Eagles to think about trading up to that. But
That's
I
a
will
long
tell
way.
you,
Yeah, you got
I
a long way
know,
to
What'd you
go
say
up.
out there, Glenn?
cost prohibitive for the Eagles to trade up that high.
So this could be the first spot you see a corner go.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
There, and again, I want a corner to go. Quinyon Mitchell, we agree, the kid out of Toledo is the corner to take.
I mean, I like Terry and Arnold better.
I like
but
Terry and Arnold
I
better.
think they're
Okay.
both close. I just like the competition Terry and Arnold went up
Yeah.
against. He's also a little more position versatile. Like he can play on the outside, and that's where he'll be his best at. But if the Eagles drafted him, and let's say Keely Ringo had an awesome camp, you in theory could put Arnold at nickel. I don't know if Mitchell can do that as well as Arnold could.
You have time to grow. Man, you remember the year the Eagles drafted defensive backs 1, 2, 3?
Oh, yeah. 02.
02.
That 2002, yeah.
What was
Yeah,
that?
you-
Lido.
you were here,
Quint,
Ike.
what was
Yeah,
that?
Lido. And
who was
Mike
that?
Lewis.
Sheldon.
Mike Lewis. Yeah,
Lido,
Mike Lewis was
Sheldon,
safety.
Michael
yeah.
Lewis.
Yeah,
And that
some
anchored
nice
that
young little Thundercats.
that anchored that secondary for years, those 3 guys.
Yeah. And I think they
Because
drafted
Mike
them.
was from Colorado, right? Michael
Yeah.
Lewis, Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah, they drafted them with the intention, I think, initially to sit only 1 year, but they wound up sitting 2
Well,
years.
they had really
Yeah.
good talent there.
Yeah.
you,
Yeah,
you,
'cause
you,
of
you
Troy
had
and Bobby.
strength there. Yeah, Bobby.
But to your point, Glenn, they drafted them, and those were the starting corners on our Super Bowl team.
Yep.
Like those were our starting
See,
corners.
I love that position. How
and
Elliott,
Lido made the Pro Bowl in his first year as a starter.
right? How Elliott goes to bed at night dreaming of offensive guards. That's how I am about secondary.
Yeah, I mean, so look, I think they need a guard.
That's when
obviously.
secondary
We've been through
players
this.
actually mattered, though.
But this pick right here for the Falcons is a key one for Howie Roseman.
Secondary players nowadays, they just
Yeah.
turn the tackles back to the big fellas or make a tackle.
Hey, you're gonna have to cover Malik Neighbors. Somebody's gonna have to cover him for the next 5 years.
Most teams run zone now, Glenn, because most corners can't cover like that. Everybody ain't got a sauce guard back there.
If you look at this Falcons pick, they have a lot of needs, right? But if they go quarterback, does that start a run on quarters? If they go cornerback, does that start a run? The Eagles are now 3 picks away from number 12, which is I think is the first place they could trade up. In between the Falcons and number 12, the Bears need offensive line help. The Jets need offensive line help. The Vikings are attached to quarterback, but also cornerback. So wherever we fall on it, there's going to be a run on these players that presumably the Eagles are interested in.
So the Vikings are at 11, and the Vikings, everybody think there was a lot of speculation they would trade up
To get JJ.
for a quarterback. So they maybe will just be able to stay where they are and get what they want there.
Yeah, at this point. But that's why I think this Falcons pick is really going to dictate a lot of what happens from here on out. If I'm Howie, I'm sitting there and praying the Falcons take a quarterback. It's going to push more guys back.
A quarterback?
The Falcons, quarterback.
Why would they take a quarterback?
Quarter.
A DB.
No.
No,
to
quarter.
throw the
That's what I
football.
thought you said. Why would they take a quarterback?
Yeah, why
Be
would
quiet.
the Falcons take a
back.
Who do they have at quarterback?
Kirk
They got
Cousins.
but they need to go young. They need to go young.
They just gave Kirk Cousins $200
Dude,
million.
listen, let me tell you.
No way.
Stop talking. Stop.
No
stop.
way.
Stop.
I'm with Ike as usual.
I think
Just
they're
gave
Why
going.
are they
a
gonna
quarterback
do that?
$200 million. You're going to turn around and
I had
draft
him. I had him
first
taking a
round?
corner at this position.
They're
I had him
called
taking a corner.
DBs. That's why we don't call them cornerbacks anymore. They call
Corner.
defensive backs.
Right, because they play all the positions. Right. I'm just saying this is a big pick
quarterback?
for how these next few picks
Yeah.
could go. This
Elliott's
is
been drinking.
okay. I'm just saying that with Howie, he's sitting in the NovaCare across the street right now and hoping that this is where a run on J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, right? Penix.
Yeah.
So,
Penix.
this is going to dictate a lot of the Eagles' ability to move up to 12 because 9, 10, and 11 are all positions, presumably, that are going to take positions the Eagles want.
If the Falcons take a quarterback, this might be the dumbest organization in the world.
Yeah, I can't
Well, they
see
did
it.
take a tight
A
end
tight
at
end
4.
at number 4.
They needed a quarterback
The
then.
quarterbacks are going to go 11 to the Vikings, 12 to the Broncos, 13 to the Raiders, unless one of those teams trades up to jump ahead of the others. If I'm the Raiders at 13 and I want a quarterback, I think I got to trade move up a little bit. All right, here comes the commissioner We'll see if last year, of course, the Falcons drafted Bijan Robinson the first round.
Surprise.
See what they do.
You can't even. You're like a 2-year-old.
Two-year-old. I can't help
Get out.
Here we
I'm
go.
a 2-year-old.
NFL draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Well, there it is.
Washington.
That is the first.
Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
Snap, Penix to throw. Goes for the end zone. Off the left sideline. Touchdown, Washington! Fireworks shoot up out of the scoreboard. 1:38 to go, and the Huskies take the lead. A Heisman moment for Michael Penix.
Michael Penix Jr. had a remarkable college career, culminating with an appearance in the national championship game in his final season at Washington. He has a strong arm and touch on deep throws, but the big worry is health. He had 4 separate season-ending injuries and tore his ACL twice in college.
First round.
Well, Elliot, I'll give you credit for projecting that, and at the same time, I'll say I have no blessed idea why they just did
Hold
that.
on.
I think it's a bad pick.
This is what we're not going to do. We're not giving Elliott credit. No.
Elliot's fan club show.
I don't want credit. It
Be
doesn't
quiet.
matter. Yeah.
Be quiet.
It doesn't matter. I think this
the
is
picks are on social media before they are on TV already.
Right.
So they're not really predicting anything.
I
So you
didn't-
can
hold
easily
on.
see the pick before it's
For
actually
what it's
said
worth,
on
I did not
television.
know they were taking him before I said that.
I'm just saying.
But
You
regardless,
said it a good 5 minutes ago.
regardless, this is a good pick for the
I knew
for
they-
the
I knew they were
Eagles.
taking
Like this is breaking the Eagles' way. For him to go this early, now the guards are going to get pushed down, the corners, the receivers.
Well,
if
but you
want
knew
to,
he was going to go
There's
before
no
22.
one predicted that the Falcons would take a quarterback.
No, listen.
No one.
Listen, you know what's funny about this pick?
No one.
I remember when Fano first got to Atlanta, they had the 4th pick in the draft. And I remember saying in this situation, because it kind of skews like a new coach.
See, I don't look
new
at Twitter.
quarterback. And you would think that with the 4th pick, the highest pick that you think you're going to have as a GM, that you would take a quarterback. They took a tight end. And they come back
Yeah,
about 4-5 years later.
And last year they took a running back.
Yeah, I just don't think the Falcons know
these.
what they're doing.
yeah, I think this is a bad.
you know
pick.
what it is?
Yeah.
I think Fano, his thing is he doesn't draft for need.
Tell the people who Fontenot is. They don't know.
Fano is the GM. He's the general manager for the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
And I don't think, like, his philosophy is he doesn't draft for need. He takes the best player available and on their board. Because he said that.
They
Because
just
when they
gave Kirk Cousins
Yeah,
$150 million
they did
guaranteed.
180 million.
Guaranteed.
I mean, now Cousins is gone in a year.
Yeah,
can't-
what is Kirk Cousins thinking right now?
Well, you can't sit him for 2 years. He's already one of the older quarterback prospects in the draft, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I think this pick makes 0 sense. Kirk Cousins is still pretty good. This isn't Sam Bradford we're talking about. Kirk Cousins can be good for them.
And
with those
again,
weapons
you
they have.
invest that much money in a guy,
Yeah,
as they did, with
and just
Kirk
right
Cousins.
now. It wasn't a year ago they did it. It
Yeah.
was 2 months ago.
I'm baffled.
Well,
I really am. I'm
well,
baffled.
here's the other part with the Penix draft pick. He's already an older quarterback.
Yeah.
Right.
So not like you took a 21-year-old.
Right. He played.
You took
through.
like a 24-year-old, 25-year-old,
It says 23.
23, but he'll be 24
Yeah,
this year.
when it's yeah.
So, and now what is he going to sit a year or two?
And he's already relatively polished. Like he's not a raw prospect that needs to learn the game for 2 years. He's viewed as one of the more ready quarterbacks to go in and play.
By the way, this is the earliest in the history of the draft since 1967, when it was the common draft, that 4 quarterbacks were taken in the first 8 picks.
Oh, so that year in '99, it wasn't.
Earliest 4 quarterbacks have been selected.
Good news for Howie.
I guess.
Yeah, because this pushing like on my big draft board. It's pushing some players down.
I don't know if it's good news for Howie because Atlanta takes a quarterback, so now somebody else that was looking for a quarterback may wind up taking a position player like a tackle or a corner or a pass rusher.
Unless
but it could
a
start.
team
It
that
could start
wanted-
trade up.
If a team wanted a quarterback, was hoping Penix would be there, he's not there. It's like, yeah, we'll trade out. I mean,
Okay.
if it's that, then that could work for Howie. Right?
Okay.
Or a team
I
trades up
guess.
for J.J. McCarthy because who's left at this? It would be Bo Nix and McCarthy, right? It also seems that the J.J. McCarthy smoke about him being,
Yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah,
did it?
the agent deserves credit for that. Yeah.
Here's the commissioner with the next pick. The Bears' second pick of the first round.
Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Wow. So we got some more weapons.
Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
Snap to Penix, helmet high. He's going to throw it toward the end zone for Odunze. He holds on while being draped by a duck, and he flexes those muscles. That's a Biletnikoff winner right there. Rome Odunze, a taker, and the Dogs have a 28-18 lead on Oregon.
Odunze had an outstanding final season at Washington, helping lead the Huskies to the national championship. He racked up over 1,600 yards and 13 touchdowns, with over 100 yards receiving in 10 of 15 games. Odunze can win contested catches and is a tough runner in the open field. He's a phenomenal weapon and should immediately be a difference maker in the NFL.
All right, so the Bears drafted quarterback at number 2 in Jaden Daniels.
Got him some more weapons.
Now they had another wide receiver. The Bears have been adding skill position players all off season.
That's a good pick for the Bears.
Kind of what Hugh wants to see the Eagles do.
Oh, you read my mind, Glenn. We need to get some more playmakers.
And they get Rome Odunze. So we'll just go through the first 9 picks, and if you guys want to say anything, just jump in. No surprise, the Bears opened the draft by taking Caleb Williams, the quarterback out of USC. Jaden Daniels from LSU goes to Washington with the second pick. We'll see a lot of him in the next few years. The Patriots take quarterback and Drake May, 1, 2, 3. Arizona takes Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4 out of Ohio State. At 5, the Chargers take the huge offensive tackle Joe Alt from Notre Dame. Giants go with a wide receiver at 6. They take Malik Neighbors. Again, we'll see him a lot. There's a trade. Hold on. Let's start here. Number 9 pick at number 10. Hold on. Let me figure out what's going on.
The Vikings traded with
the Vikings traded with the Vikings are on the clock.
Then they traded with the Jets.
Yeah, the Jets. The Jets were 10.
So they swapped 1 pick.
Which means someone was going up to get a quarterback, and the Vikings
they're going to get their guy.
Outbid them.
Either the Broncos or the Raiders, most likely. We're going to do it, and the Jets trade with the Vikings. So we'll get that pick coming in soon. Let's continue with this. The Giants take Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver at LSU. At number 7, Tennessee picks another big offensive tackle, J.C. Latham. Michael Penix, the quarterback, goes to Atlanta at number 9. A pick. That's the only one that baffles us all, right? That's the one.
It's the quarterback pick.
Yeah. What were they thinking there?
Yeah.
Not that we don't like Penix, but Atlanta
love Penix.
Seem to invest.
They got bread to
Kirk
burn.
Cousins.
They got bread to burn.
I'm actually mad because he's not going to get to play. Like, when's he going to play?
Yeah,
at least 2 years, I would think.
Cousins signed 4 years, $180 million, $100 million guaranteed.
They got rid of Ritter, didn't they? Ritter's
he's terrible.
No, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's nothing. And the Bears take Rome Odunze, the wide receiver, at number 9. Bears are going to be an interesting team to watch this year. Don't know if they'll be good. And so there's a trade now as Minnesota moves from 11 to 10. What did they give up? Minnesota gives up a 6th-round pick. I'm sorry, Minnesota gets back a 6th-round pick to move up 1 spot, but they give up a 4th and a 5th this year. If you're the Vikings and you want the guy, it's an easy move to make.
I mean, we're worth noting not a single player, I believe, besides J.C. Latham, that you could think the Eagles would even maybe take has been selected. With the Broncos at 12, if you trade up to 12, you're at this point guaranteed to get one of the top 2 corners if you want them, any of the edge rushers probably, unless one goes here to 11, a lot of the offensive linemen. So this continues to really break the Eagles' way.
Yeah, I could.
The
Jets probably go O-line, right? You think?
I would think they've been, sorry, Hugh, but they've been attached to Brock Bowers quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, tight end, yeah.
So you think they moved up to get Brock?
No, the Jets go to 11. I mean,
they just went back 1 pick. Yeah, they basically swap picks.
Assuming the Vikings don't take, a corner or something.
No, that's what I'm saying. Who you think Minnesota moved up to get?
I think a quarterback.
They've been attached to J.J. McCarthy quite a bit, but
and he's still there.
11 could be Brock Bowers. That would be a great thing for the Eagles as well, because then at 12, all the defensive players are still on the board. Almost all the offensive linemen, all the cornerbacks would be on the board. So would you guys give up 50 to go to 12?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, sure.
50?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I might.
Pretty good
the way this is playing out, though.
Yeah, you have 2 second-round picks. You can afford to lose one of those.
So I would support it if you want to go get your guy. But the way this is playing out, there could be a really good player on the board at 17, 18, maybe even 22, where you don't have to make this big jump. If there was already a run on linemen or corners, then maybe you're thinking, okay, I got to get up there. But I mean, there's probably 10 players we could come up with right now that we would say would be, acceptable picks at 22.
I don't want to
Yeah, but the Eagles have a ranking.
No, for sure.
So you need to go get the player you want the most. So I wouldn't be opposed to them going up to get the guy that they want.
I would be fine with it too, but it's looking like they might not need to take as big of a leap as once thought.
Yep.
I think there's a couple of really promising court defensive backs. I'll go with Ike here.
Well, good news, all the quarterbacks might be gone soon.
Yeah,
so
and great. So
because I don't know if Bo Nix is going
to me, if I'm
I would say
if I'm Howie right now, I am starting to think, okay, how much do I like these three DBs, 2 from Alabama, the kid from Toledo? How much would it cost me to move up? How much do I like one over the other, right?
Yep.
Do I like the kid from Toledo that much more than Kool-Aid that I want to spend that to get him? Because those 3 guys are there, and all due respect to your offensive guard theory, I would be looking at that right now if I'm Howie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that, like, Ike said this earlier, I think. Right now, this is all coming down to evaluation. There's no more clear-cut great player anymore. When they took Devontae at 10, you knew Devontae was that guy. When they made past picks, Jalen Carter fell to 10, was a great talent. They've reached a point of the draft now where this is really going to be the 10 different teams could feel differently about the 10 next players. So the evaluation of this scouting staff is really going to come to light because there's no clear-cut option at this point.
Maybe, but there hasn't been a D-back taken yet. So if I can get the best one, I'm interested in doing that.
But that's what I'm saying. But if they think Kool-Aid is the best corner and they think he's going to be there at 22, they can just sit
That's
there.
fine, right?
Yeah.
And that's why they have scouts who do this full time.
Right.
And we're on the radio. Right, I get that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I defer to that, to a large extent. But it is getting interesting to me that it's all quarterbacks, wide receivers, offensive tackles. Right? Has that been every single pick?
It's all been received.
Yeah.
One offensive tackle.
OT,
Yeah,
2 offensive
tackles.
tackles.
Yeah, 2 tackles.
2 tackles,
and
couple
3
receivers, quarterbacks. Right. So every other position is open. I'm starting to think I can get the best guy, either a pass rusher or D-back. I'm getting very interested in that.
Well, Dallas Turner's still, obviously Dallas Turner's still there. You still got the cornerback, Quinyon Mitchell.
So as we
He's
talk
still
about
there.
trading up, not to cut in, but Howard Eskin, who broke the A.J. Brown news earlier today, just tweeted that Howie is working the phones trying to move up. So,
Okay.
to
He
your
broke that one, did he?
The A.J. Brown thing?
No, he broke that he's trying to move up.
I'm just sharing what he tweeted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on a heater though. He'll be mad at man. He's on a
He's
heater.
on a heater. That's what.
He's
Yeah,
on
that's
a
why,
heater.
that's why I'm sharing it.
Yeah. Okay.
He's on a heater.
All right. Hugh, I have not heard your Brock Bowers argument.
You ain't hear me wax poetic about Brock Bowers?
I'm interested while we're waiting for the Vikings pick to come in.
Do you have enough time, Glenn? Because
we'll see.
I know I played defense, and my counterpart, my buddy, my pal, he doesn't agree with me, but I am all on board with getting more weapons. Do you see what the Chicago Bears just did for Caleb Williams? They got him some receivers, some veteran receivers. Then they went out and just got him one more, just for good measure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's anything wrong with having too many weapons on the field at one point.
Goodell.
Okay. The commissioner is up. It's going to be a little bit of a PSA before the pick. The Vikings are coming in, but the commissioner is he's going to introduce some people first.
And nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan.
J.J. takes the snap on 3rd and 10, back to pass, looking, fires down the middle, and it's caught. Roman Wilson inside the 5, to the end zone,
Touchdown, Wolverines. Wow, did JJ thread the needle there?
In 2 years starting at Michigan, J.J. McCarthy went 27-1 and led the Wolverines to a national championship win. He has NFL arm strength and natural leadership ability, but playing in a run-heavy offense under Jim Harbaugh, some scouts wonder if he's ready to play at the NFL level. He only threw for 300 yards 3 times in 28 starts at Michigan.
All right, well, there you go. Quarterback J.J. McCarthy goes to the Minnesota Vikings, which is what we expected. They traded up to get him. They got their quarterback. They needed one. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll react to that. And we'll keep moving it ahead to the Eagles. 10 picks are in. The Eagles currently at 22, but looking to move up by all accounts. With Hugh Douglas, Ike Reese, Elliott Shore Parks, I'm Glenn Mack. We're at Lincoln Financial Field for the 2024 NFL Draft on 94 WIP.
For WIP Draft Show.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State. Initially a basketball player in high school, Fashanu transitioned to football and became a dominant force on the Nittany Lions offensive line. An elite athlete for his size, he attributes his quickness and burst with his time on the basketball court. He can also bench press 450 pounds and squat 605. He was a force at Penn State and should be a consistent starter.
Here we go.
As a pro.
Elliot, you can squat 605, right?
Easily, yeah. Right after I hit a home run.
Similar odds. All right, so the kid from Penn State goes to the Jets, and it just continues. There are only 3 positions that count so far today. Wide receiver, quarterback, wide receiver, and offensive tackle. All of the first 11 picks have fallen into that. By the way, I just want to interject one thing quickly. There was speculation that the Broncos might be looking to make a deal, I guess particularly since the quarterbacks had all gone. The Vikings, the Broncos pick is in.
So no trade. Yeah.
So there's no trade. We'll see what they end up doing. The lineman, there's a run on offensive lineman there, Elliot. Not helping your cause.
Well, I think it's showing that what I thought is that it's a, to your point, quarterback, receiver, and offensive line. That's where the talent is in this draft. Mm-hmm. I would support the Eagles going up because I think if you have conviction about somebody, you should do it. But I really think if you sit there, there's a chance you'll get a player at 22 while holding on to 50 and 53. That I would almost prefer they do that at this point. Again, go up if you really like somebody. I understand it. But there's been such a run on quarterbacks and receivers that they're sitting pretty without having to give up a selection on day 2.
Are you off of the offensive lineman kick, though?
No, not at all. I think there's a chance you could sit there and Talisi Fuaga could fall to you. Troy Fontanu out of Washington could fall to you. I will say the one defensive player that I didn't think would be a possibility is Dallas Turner, the edge out of Alabama. He's only 21. He has a good set of pass rush moves, really quick first step, which Eagles really like and value in evaluating that position. So that's a possibility. But at this point, no, I still think if you sit at 22, there'll be a good offensive lineman there for you to select.
Okay. By the way, we're obviously going to focus on tonight, but tomorrow, the second day of the draft, Eagles have 2 second-rounders at 50 and 53. 50 they got from the Saints, right?
Yes.
It was a Saints pick, yeah. And their own pick at 53. They do not have a third-rounder tomorrow as it currently stands. So,
can I just point out something real quick that kind of validates what I've been saying the whole time I've been back here in Philadelphia? Now, we've had, 11 picks in this draft so far, correct?
Yeah.
Ain't none of them played defense.
Yep.
So what does that tell you? What I've been trying to tell you.
Tells you there's a lot of good defensive players there.
Defense is not a necessity.
And I think it tells you there's just not a lot of great defensive players in this draft.
I mean, that's what it may be
Commissioner
saying.
is headed up to the podium. Here's
exactly
here's
what
the Broncos pick.
24 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
There it is.
Quarterback.
Wow.
Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
Bo, Bucky to his left. Ferguson in motion. Give it to. I kept it. Bo's going left. Bo's going scoring. Bo does what Bo does. And that is everything right.
Bo Nix had an outstanding final season at Oregon, throwing for over 4,500 yards with 45 touchdowns and just 3 interceptions. He also had the highest completion percentage in college football history, completing over 77% of his passes. Despite the huge numbers, there are some questions about his mechanics and awareness in the pocket.
The hell are they thinking?
Yeah, now you just read.
They need a quarterback.
You just reaching for folks now.
Have y'all seen the Broncos quarterback room?
No, I know what you said, but they just reaching now.
Yeah,
but they just added Zach Wilson.
Desperation pick. Yeah, wow.
Hide your moms, hide your aunties.
That does strike me as a desperation pick.
They might have the best looking.
Well, they're desperate. I mean, the Broncos are desperate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they look like Abercrombie and Fitch models.
Broncos look like a good spot Carson could land.
Get some playing time. Him and Zach Wilson together.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
Let the Bronco buck right out there for the Broncos,
All right,
man.
John.
Let 'em buck.
I mean, unless they really believe he's the guy, that they didn't make the trade with the Jets to move up
To get
J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
And they end up with Bo Nix. Listen, I'm no great scout of college talent. I just know what
I like how they act like that's really who they wanted, though. you gotta love that. Like
the fans don't know what to do.
No,
they
what I'm saying.
don't know what to do.
They're like, Bo who? Ain't nobody talked about Bo Nix in a month. Ain't nobody said Bo Nix' name. And all of a sudden, you got the coach coming in about, no, that ain't who you wanted, player. That's not who you wanted. You can act like that's who you wanted. That ain't who you wanted.
You got to sell him now.
So we're done with
the pick is in by the Raiders, by the way.
We're
so
done with
no trade up for the
there.
Eagles.
We're done with the QBs now,
yes.
right? I mean,
that's
it.
5. Is that 5?
That's 6.
That's 6 quarterbacks.
That's 6. So
that's it. Those are all the.
Caleb Williams,
unless Spencer Rattler is going to go.
Yeah, Caleb Williams goes to the Bears. Jaden Daniels goes at 2 to Washington. The Patriots follow through with Drake May. At number 8, Atlanta takes Michael Penix. At number 10, Minnesota takes J.J. McCarthy. And now Bo Nix goes to the Broncos. That's 6.
Yeah, it's a terrible pick by the Broncos. Terrible.
Who do you think?
They drafted John Elway 40 years ago and haven't drafted a good quarterback since.
No.
Who do you guys think the Eagles hope the Raiders take here?
Including John Elway made some of those draft picks.
Well, it was picked like they need a.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Who do you think the Eagles hope goes here? I would think a receiver.
Is there another wide receiver?
They need offensive line help, though.
For the Raiders?
The Raiders are an offensive line team. So if they don't go line or corner.
They're going defense.
Think they'll go defense?
Right? Antonio Pierce.
I mean, they need everything.
I mean, Antonio Pierce. They got Max Crosby, though, so yeah.
He pretty nice.
Yeah, but if I'm them, I'm looking at the defensive backs thinking.
Right, might as well get the best one right now.
Right,
Yeah,
I can do that right now.
So 2 teams coming up. The Saints at 14. Everyone expects them to go line, and the Seahawks at 16. So the Colts at 15 could be another move-up spot for the Eagles.
Yeah, they got the coach projected to take an edge rusher.
Here comes the commissioner with the Raiders pick, number 13.
Pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
All right.
Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
Dogs trying to drive down for a go-ahead score. We're knotted at 20. Clock approaching 3 minutes to go. Edwards in the backfield now with Beck. They snap it back. Carson throws. There's Bowers open at the 26. Breaks away at the 20 to the 10. Angle to the pylon. Touchdown. Brock Bowers.
A dynamic playmaker, Bowers scored 31 touchdowns and racked up over 2,500 yards in 3 years at Georgia, helping them win consecutive national championships. With size, speed, and route running ability, he creates mismatches for defenses. An effective blocker, he can also contribute in the run game. Brock Bowers is a rare and versatile talent at his position.
It might be a corner.
Well, Hugh Douglas's heart is broken.
I'll be all right,
I'll
man.
give you a minute or two to kind of.
I'll be all right. You know what? I'll be all right. I didn't know it was going to go that high, though. I mean, I'll be all right.
So, real quick, according to NFL Network, Ian Rappaport, the Saints who are on the clock are listening to trade offers. So it seems we could go the full 10 minutes here as they kind of auction this pick off.
So
let's go, Howie.
To make
we got some edge rushers out there still. We got some.
Let's go.
We still got all the corners.
Baby.
We still got all the corners.
Terry and Arnold. Let's go get our corner right now. Quinyon Mitchell. Let's go get him right out of Toledo.
To make the point,
I'll take a Rocket. Toledo Rockets.
We are through.
That's the Rockets, right?
Yep.
Toledo Rockets.
It's the Rockets?
Yeah, Toledo because
Toledo Rockets.
Toledo Rockets.
Oh, I'm thinking their minor league baseball team's the Mud Hens.
Yeah, the Mud. That's what I was. I almost said Mud Hens.
Yeah. To make your point, Hugh, through 13 picks, not a single defensive player has been taken, which it never. I can never imagine that would ever happen.
Not a necessity. Well, defense are luck. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
It's hard for me to argue it based on what
I've been trying to tell. Listen. I'm gonna get. I ain't gonna listen to me after a while.
About the offense,
it's not a necessity. It's a
no. Listen, our offense is straight. I mean, we're gonna throw one football around. Like, how many offensive weapons do you need?
the one that I wanted is gone. So I guess I'm riding the cornerback train now.
Yeah, all I'm doing is trying to put some talent on the defensive side of the ball too.
Speaking of that talent on defense, would you go corner, or is Dallas Turner kind of going to change your plans?
That's
here?
a good one
Again,
right there, Elliot.
21,
That's a good one.
edge rusher, 13 sacks last year, elite first step, pass rushing moves. I mean,
I go edge rusher over corner.
I would definitely take Dallas Turner over any of the corners. I would probably
I have
not
no problem with that at all.
I would not move up yet, but if you think Dallas Turner is going to go to 15 or 16, I wouldn't kill them for going up and using 53 to get him. I think he's someone you change your draft day plans for.
I mean,
if he's
pass rushing isn't a luxury, right, Hugh?
Pass rushing is a luxury.
Pass rushing is a luxury.
Pass rushing
from a guy who
it's not a necessity. Hey, listen,
Y'all
y'all
had 80 sacks.
y'all gonna leave me alone.
You had what, 75, 80 sacks in the NFL?
About 80 and a half. Yeah.
All right.
No, but it's like
he said 80 and a half.
Listen,
don't lose that half.
No,
you and Michael Moore teamed up once, did you? Before he broke your leg?
All I'm saying is this, Glenn and Ike. It's obvious by the way the draft is going that this is an offensive-centric league now. Like pass
I want you to be outraged like I am that the defense is not getting respect.
Like, think about it. These pass rushers don't even play the way they used to play back in the day. They two platoon. At the most, during the course of a game, they playing like 28, 30 snaps. They keep them fresh. They keep them fresh. That's why they're expendable. Why do you think what's his name that just left? Why was he so expendable? Hassan Reddick. Why was he so expendable?
I don't view him as expendable.
But they obviously they do. They view him as
they do, but they signed the kid from the Jets for $43 million.
Yeah, because they felt like he had a bigger upside than Hassan Reddick. I'm just saying, man, listen, I don't write these. I go the way the wind is blowing, and the wind right now is blowing, telling me that your defense is not as important.
I can't wait till they take a defensive player with this first pick.
I hope they do. I hope they take a corner.
I want to hear you tell me how much of a luxury it is.
I hope they take a corner. But the corner, like, what we gonna say? Then we gonna sit down and say, oh, this corner gonna win us like what, 3 games? One corner gonna win us 3 games.
Well, no player is gonna do that, right?
But that's what we're looking at this defense, and we're so pressed about getting that defensive player.
We're trying to get talent over there.
Well, and I'm looking at
we need more than anything. We do need talent.
Talent,
and some damn good coaching, because we didn't get that last year.
And in a year, they might need 2 or 3 defensive ends, because Nolan Smith, we don't know if he's any good.
Yep.
Josh Sweat's basically on a 1-year deal.
Yep.
Brandon Graham's almost certainly retiring.
Graham is on his retirement tour.
Elliot, you've come to the
exactly.
You've come into the light.
Look, I never said
us.
they should avoid the defensive side of the ball. The best players are on the offensive side.
I think you did.
Your mock draft, your big board had the Eagles taking pretty much all offensive players.
And I think that's who they're going to end up taking. But Dallas Turner falling to this point,
I think we were
is
all asked in the last couple days, should the Eagles take somebody on offense or defense?
And I would take someone on offense.
I looked at the big board that we put online, and you were offense.
Yeah, you read that correctly. I'm on the offensive side of the ball. That's who I would draft. I would go offense. But Dallas Turner, I think, is a good enough player where you should at least consider it if he's still on the board, if he makes it to 15, 16. But we'll see where he goes.
You know what this is saying, Glenn? They really agree with us.
Yeah.
That the Eagles need defensive players.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if that's the best player available, then you got to go defense. My player's gone, Ike, so you knew.
Right, you done threw your hands up. You done threw his hands up at the draft.
The player that I wanted, I'm like, I haven't picked anybody right since the second pick.
I mean, the reality is the Eagles might not feel any pressure at the NovaCare. They could be sitting there saying, we have 8 guys we like. Right. We're at 22. Yeah. We can save our picks for tomorrow.
Nobody has 8 guys they like in the first round.
Well, they have 8 guys they like. It doesn't matter whether they like.
Wait a minute,
if they like the 8th guy as much as the first guy. That's the.
So it's an interesting thing. The pick is in. The Saints appear to be making it. It doesn't say there's
no
a trade made.
Yeah, pick is in.
So no trade, and it's coming right at the end. So I think they probably entertained a lot of conversation. I'm guessing Howie was one of the people on the phone there. But the Saints are going to make their own pick at 14, and then come the Colts. And then come the Seahawks. There was always trade.
We still haven't had a defensive player taken yet.
Not 13. One. Nope, not 1 through 13.
I think if Howie wanted this pick,
here,
if Howie wanted this pick, he would have had it.
I don't even know who the best offensive player is left.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, you're
One
right.
of Elliott's guards, I don't know.
Well, you know what?
The
other receiver, Brian Thomas from LSU.
He's someone I would consider too. I mean,
he's there.
He's a field stretcher.
If New Orleans wants another offensive player, yeah.
Okay.
But the tackle Troy Fontanu's still out there, right?
He may go O-line. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fontaine,
Ray.
I
Dinger
don't
loves
believe
that
in
guy.
Derek Carr, so I would go defense.
Wait, you don't believe in Derek Carr? So you
Yeah,
would go defense?
yeah. Why am I wasting players on the offensive side of the ball with Derek Carr?
That's cold.
He sucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucks is such a strong
I wouldn't
word,
get him an
though.
offensive lineman. I wouldn't get him a wide out. I can't wait till he leaves.
Derek, you're on your own.
Yeah. Do whatever you can do.
Figure it out.
Good luck with it.
Figure it out.
We're going to let you do whatever you can. All right. Well, the pick is in. We have not. We're waiting for the commissioner to come up, and we will see what they do. But it is a fascinating draft. They
don't even know what
through
they
the
about
first
to get.
13 picks, not a single defensive player has been taken.
Hey, it's not
a
a
lot of
necessity.
talent there.
Not a necessity.
Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, the
Offense-
edge kid out of Florida State,
Offensive
Quinyon
league.
Mitchell, a lot of good cornerbacks out there. Kool-Aid McKinstry. So
Do you know what the reality
We'll
of
see.
this draft is? Like, if me and Ike were being drafted right now in this league, I would probably go, I'd probably be a 5th-round draft pick. Seriously.
Hold on, what's wrong with that?
I ain't
I was
nothing wrong
gonna
with
say.
that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying
if
it
you're
would
a
be a
5th-round
first-round
draft pick, what do you say
Hey,
Mike would be?
See, when you're a first-round pick, you can talk like that.
No, I'm just saying.
I'd be a 5th-round pick.
I'm just saying. Listen, I was.
Mike, where did you go for the
it was a
record?
blessing.
in the 5th round.
There you go, and damn proud of it. All right, here comes the
Goodell,
commissioner.
Goodell.
This is
It
the Saints
didn't work
pick.
out. That didn't
See
work
what
out
they
the way I
do.
wanted it to.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tolaise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
Talisa Fuaga,
Didn't get that
tackle,
right
Oregon State. A 3-star recruit out of high school, Fuaga made significant strides in his time at Oregon State. Standing at 6'6" and 334 pounds, he has the perfect size and build for the NFL. Run blocking is his specialty, dominating the line of scrimmage at the point of attack. At times, Fuaga can be overly aggressive, leading to mistimed blocks, but if corrected, he has a high ceiling as a pro.
Well, the run continues. It is quarterbacks, receivers, and offensive tackles through 14 picks. The Eagles are 8 picks away. We'll see if they make a move before then. Let's take a little break here with Hugh Douglas, Ike Reese, Elliott Shore Parks. I'm Glenn Mack now. It's draft night from the NovaCare Center. No, we're not. We're Lincoln Financial Field on 94 WIP.
exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Right to the podium. Here's the commissioner with the Colts pick.
Indianapolis Colt.
All right, well, I'll give it to you.
Leatu Latu,
We just missed it.
edge rusher, UCLA.
Latu coming in hot on Williams. He's got him. Sacks him back at the 13-yard line. You can smell that one from all the way up here. Latu was just revving his engine, ready to get down the block, and he just teed off on Caleb Williams.
Beginning his college career at Washington, Latu suffered a severe neck injury in 2020 and temporarily retired from football. He then transferred to UCLA, returned to the field, and made an immediate impact on the Bruins' defensive front. Last season, he led the nation in tackles for loss per game and led the Pac-12 in sacks. There is still some concern about his medical history, but if he stays healthy, Latu should be a dangerous pass rusher in the NFL.
Well, that's a fascinating pick. First of all, he's the first defensive player taken, Leatu
Off the board.
Latu.
Yeah, that's like
UCLA at number 15.
Good Google.
He's got that medical history that they mentioned. I mean, broke his neck, sat out a year. But he went ahead of Dallas Turner. He went ahead of Jared Verse. He went ahead of cornerback Quinyon Mitchell. He's the first defensive player. Elliot, I don't know if he was on the Eagles board or where he ranked.
So he did visit Philadelphia. So
okay.
now again,
and they take that seriously.
And with the medical history, I think you want to get your eyes on him and have your doctors look at him. If you remove the injury history and the age, which clearly are big parts of this, I do think he is probably the best pure edge rusher right now. Dallas Turner is a better prospect to me because of his age and lack of injury history. But Latu is a very good edge rusher. So for a Colts team that I know you don't want to draft to win now all the time, but coming off a season where they're going to have to face pressure to make the playoffs, he will help them right away.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just too much of a risky pick for me.
Agreed. Yep.
Yeah. You're talking about somebody with a neck injury playing that position.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be. There's
Contact
no way to avoid
every
banging.
snap.
Contact
every snap.
every play. Right.
Yeah.
And then the concern is, obviously we all hope he doesn't get hurt.
Sure,
but
yeah.
The tough thing is if he were to do it again, he probably will have to medically retire. The injury he dealt with, if, God forbid any player suffers that tonight, you can recover and probably return to playing like he has. The issue is twice. So I agree. I would not have liked this pick for the Eagles.
So what do you hear, Elliot? What's the scuttlebutt right now as the Eagles would be 7 picks away?
So Seahawks, I believe, are on the clock, right?
Correct.
So they're a team that's projected to go offensive line. They could go defensive line as well, but, they've not been tied to a corner. I don't think they're going to go there. But at this point, if I'm the Eagles, I would really just sit at 22. I mean, maybe if it costs a 5th-round pick to move up 2 or 3 spots, you do it just to ensure you get your guy. But I'm past the point of giving up 50 or 53.
For what it's worth, and I know that, history doesn't necessarily predict the future, but when the Eagles have picked in the 20s for their first pick,
oh God,
it's not been good.
Yeah.
Let me start. I'm sorry to do this to you, but
yeah.
Jalen Reagor, number 21 in 2020. The year before that, Andre Dillard at 22. Marcus Smith in 2014. Danny Watkins in 2011. I got a great story about that. By the way.
The crowd, though.
Right.
The crowd, though.
The last guard.
It's getting worse.
Yeah.
The last guard they took in the first round, too.
So we did the show at Chickies and Pete's back then on a Tuesday. And the Eagles O-line coach, what the heck was his name back then?
Juan? Oh, no, it's Howard Mudd.
Mudd.
Yeah.
Mudd.
Howard Mudd, yeah.
So we're doing the show at Chickies, and Howard Mudd is in there, and it's the following, whatever, day or two after the draft. And he's sitting at the bar, and we said, hey, he's in here. Would you join us? Like, we're doing the show 20 feet away. Would you come on the show? He said, I don't want to do that. We said, well, can you just, give us your thoughts about Danny Watkins? He said, well, I'm not coming on, but here's what I'm going to tell you. He's going to be bleeping great, and we were bleeping lucky to get him.
Yeah, but he lied.
Not so much.
Not so much. Yeah.
Not so much.
Didn't work out the way he thought it
Did
would.
not work out for Howard Mudd.
How long was he
or
here
Danny
after that?
Watkins. Mudd or
Danny lasted a year, didn't he?
2,
I think maybe 2.
2 years, yeah, 2 years.
And again, 27 years old when they drafted him.
That's probably
the wildest
worst part right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 things I remember about him. Could play hockey.
Yep.
He was a goalie until he outgrew it. He got too big for it. And I think he ended up doing what he wanted to do, which is become a firefighter, which, good for him. He wasted all of our time in the interim,
Right?
And a lot of Eagles money.
Time you can't get back either.
I'm glad he found his dream of fighting fires. It's certainly a very noble thing to do.
Just couldn't fight off the defensive lineman. Huh?
Yeah,
I believe Latu was a fireman when he was medically retired. By the way.
Yep, I'm out.
Yeah.
that job is no joke, though.
If the neck didn't seal
But what
it
is
for
that?
me, the fact that he had a love for being a fireman.
But
yeah,
what does that
I'm
tell you
definitely
when the guy, the first defensive player taken off the board, is a guy who has a injury history?
It tells you the defensive players in this draft aren't that good.
Tells you that is a luxury.
By the way,
not a
Seattle's
necessity.
pick is in. We should be getting it soon. Once again, no trade.
No trade.
There has only been one trade through the first 16 picks. That's rare. Elliot, usually is a lot more.
And there was
activity
so
than that.
much talk about how there'll be so many trades, and this is going to be one of the wildest drafts ever. It's actually been, outside of the defensive players falling, it's kind of been what everybody thought it would be.
Yeah.
And only five picks now between the Eagles.
They're going to need the quarterbacks to save this draft.
I don't think anybody thought Bo Nix was going in the top 12. But other than that, I think you're right. It's kind of gone chalk pretty much. There's got to be a run on defensive players now.
Oh, I'm sure
There
it's
has to
coming. Yeah, I'm sure it's coming. But to Elliot's point, not so much Hugh's point about defense being a luxury.
I feel attacked.
No, don't be attacked. But it does say that the strength of the draft is on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, we've seen in years past plenty of defensive ends.
it's been a run on
all of that.
defensive linemen.
So, I mean, if the players just aren't as good this year as some of the offensive guys, it may turn out to be a bad draft.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what it may turn out to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially in the first round. I go back to that Lane Johnson draft where Lane was the only good player in that entire first round. I mean, the entire first round was terrible in that draft.
What year was that?
2013.
I'm going to look that up.
So here's something we haven't discussed, but I'm sure the Eagles are considering right now. Yeah. Would you trade back?
Oh, God.
If you're sitting at 22,
Please no.
Yeah, we've been here long enough.
All right, our nights aside.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tom Kelly is waiting eagerly to take it
they
from us.
don't
all right?
they don't have a third round pick. If a team wants to come back in for a player,
yeah,
I would consider it. Again, I think I really like the guard out of Washington. I would sit there and try to take him at 22. But if he's gone, there's so many corners left. There's so many edge rushers left.
God, you really just love to aggravate us, don't you?
I'm just trying to say what might be best for them. I mean, if they can pick up an extra pick and still get one of a collection of 6 or 7 guys, I think that's how they'll think about this.
I don't know. You know who the first pick was that year? Man, I barely remember. his name.
Eric Fisher.
Eric Fisher. Yeah, was the first pick of that draft. Andre Hopkins went 27th in that draft. He's pretty good.
DeAndre was in that draft?
Yeah.
Well, definitely. He was. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah. Darius Slay went in the second round. Xavier Rhodes.
Big play.
But in the first
Yeah,
round,
I just meant the first round. Yeah, I just meant the first round pick.
The better play. Le'Veon Bell was in the second round. Eddie Lacy was in the second round. Travis Kelce was in the third round. Yeah, so here's the order. That year, the Chiefs take Eric Fisher. He was good. He was
a decent
good
player,
player. Yeah. Jaguars took Luke Jokel.
Yep.
Long forgotten.
Both of those guys out of the league now.
Yep. Miami took Deion Jordan
out of the league.
Eagles take Lane Johnson. Great pick. Lions take Ezekiel Ansah.
Out of the league.
Yeah, I mean, after that, Barcavius Mingo, Jonathan Cooper, Tavon Austin, D. Milner, they're all gone, right?
Yeah.
Chance Warmack, he was here for a cup of coffee. I remember him. Yeah, that was a bad draft.
First round, right?
Yep. First quarterback taken that year. Who can tell me?
E.J. Manuel.
Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
Boy, he wasn't even in the league 3 years, was he?
What were
The Seahawks pick is in,
What were
so
you thinking?
another not trade.
I think he was the only quarterback taken in the first round.
He was, because that was the year I was beating the drum for Geno.
Eagles, by the way, Eagles had a good draft.
He sat in the green room for a whole day.
And we didn't have a quarterback. I don't believe we had a quarterback.
Eagles had a good draft. They take Zach Ertz in the second round.
Yep.
Eagles did well. Yeah, Geno Smith went number 39 to the Jets.
And I think Jordan Hicks was our third round pick. I think Jordan Hicks was our third round pick that year.
Good till he got hurt. He's still kicking around. So yeah, the Eagles did well.
At this point, do you think
Who ran that draft? Was that a Howie draft?
That was the Howie draft.
They
Yeah.
did well. Yeah.
At this point, do you think it's fair to say there's no one they came into the draft thinking we have to get this guy? Like, to me, the fact that they haven't moved up says that they came into this draft knowing, all right, there's going to be 4, 5, 6 guys. Because if there was a player that dropped,
Yeah.
like let's say they really like Terry and Arnold, or they really liked Mitchell out of Toledo, I know you could sit there and get him, but
Yeah, no.
if it's only a handful
now would
of
be
picks,
the time when you
now would be the
feel
time where you pay the
some
fourth just
sense
to
of
make sure you
urgency.
get them. Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems to me like they're probably going to sit at 22.
To be fair, the board has fallen in their favor if
Yes.
that's what
Yep.
they were looking for.
Yeah.
But secondly, you need a trading partner.
Goodell.
Here's the
Relax,
commissioner with
Buzz.
the Seattle pick.
You serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
On third down, shotgun snap back. Under pressure, down he goes. The Longhorns come up with a sack, and boy, what a great time for it. Byron Murphy in on the tackle, a huge sack. It brings up fourth down.
Named the Big 12 Defensive Lineman of the Year and first team All Big 12, Murphy played a major role in the Longhorns' run to the college football playoff in 2023. He's an extremely dangerous pass rusher, combining speed and agility with high-level athleticism for his position. He's also a difference maker in the run game as well. Byron Murphy is poised to make an immediate impact in the NFL.
All right. Did any of you have Byron Murphy on your card as a guy for the Eagles? I know you were looking at defensive tackles. He's the best one first to go.
Yeah, and on my draft board, he went a pick earlier because I had him going. Actually, I had him going to the Jacksonville Jaguars with the 17th pick. Like the comp that I like that when people made a comparison to him was Ed Oliver. Ed Oliver, is a defensive tackle that plays for the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
He was a beast coming out of Houston, man. And if we got a guy like that, I wouldn't mind playing in a 3-4 defense if that was a D tackle that we were going to get.
So there's a trade that has just occurred. The Vikings, as Hugh said, 17 was Jacksonville. The Vikings have traded into pick 17. We thought the Vikings were going to be looking for a quarterback. They got J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah,
earlier.
they got a
That's
quarterback
right. So they got
already,
the
yeah.
quarterback. So I don't know what they're looking at here.
So they were also coming into the draft. The need for them was cornerback.
Yeah.
So if the
Isn't it
smoke
easier to
Ain't
say-
been one of those taken
Well, I was
yet.
gonna say if the smoke about the Eagles liking corners is real, maybe the Vikings. I know it's a few picks, but maybe they're trying to
jumped
jump
ahead
up.
of them.
Yeah.
All right, if I had you guys bet right now, who? Let me just tell you what the Vikings give up first. Vikings get pick number 17. They
fifth.
trade number 23, a fifth rounder, a future third rounder, future fourth rounder. Actually gave a lot.
Chalk that. I'm not
For
trading
6
up.
picks. They
If
traded
it costs
a
2,
third,
5,
a 4,
and
and a 5
Yeah.
to move up 6 picks.
if that's the cost to move up, I'm not moving up if I'm the Eagles. I'll pick a player at 22. I'm not giving up a future 3,
No, I agree.
a future 4, and a 5 to
Yeah.
move up 4 spots.
I agree. A third round pick.
Unless the guy they picked turns into being an all-pro player, then who cares?
Yeah,
Well,
but
yeah,
it-
that's true. But I'm saying as of right now,
It's an expensive. It's
Goodell.
an expensive card. Here's the commissioner. Let's see who the Vikings pick at pick 17.
Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
Dallas Turner, edge rusher, Alabama.
Jefferson gets the snap. Everybody deploys, and Jefferson is going to go down. The third sack of the day. Dallas Turner, and what a time for that sack right there.
Named the SEC Defensive Player of the Year and a consensus All-American, Turner was a reliable impact playmaker on defense for the Crimson Tide. His raw athleticism turned heads at the Combine, running a 4.4 40-yard dash and leading all linemen and linebackers in the vertical jump. Turner was a force in college and profiles as a future dangerous pass rusher at the NFL level.
All right. First of all, extra credit for the lime green suit he's got.
Man, that is
It's a bold statement, man.
looks like a
I'm not a
receiver.
fan, I'm not a fan of the green.
It's a bold
That's
statement.
it's like a key lime green.
Anyway,
fan
he
of the
was a
suit.
guy that we had all talked several picks earlier as an edge rusher that intrigued us. The Vikings clearly felt the same way and were willing to give up a lot for him. A third rounder, a fourth rounder, a fifth rounder to move up 6 picks. Yeah, I mean, he projects to be really good. They may have gotten good
He's
value.
a long dude, man. That's what you like about him. He has the ability, the long arms that he can keep the defenders outside of his body, and he got some quicks too. He doesn't look like it's funny because on the field he looks bigger than what he does actually at the draft. But he got some long arms, man. The guy can play.
So if real quick, if you look at in the past, the Eagles, when they take someone in the first round, they traditionally bring them to Philadelphia. The guys that are projected first-round picks they brought to Philly: Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Troy Fontanu out of Washington, Tyler Guyton, Chop Robinson, and Kool-Aid McKinstry. All those guys are still available. So I really think at this point, they'll sit at 22 or they'll trade back because they have their pick of guys here without having to give up any assets, and you can maybe even collect an asset.
Is somebody saying they should trade up?
No, I'm just talking about moving. I'm just wait.
At this point, no.
I don't think any of us think they're.
Well, I thought we were still waiting at every pick to see if he moves. Yeah, I agree.
I think we were thinking that earlier.
Okay.
Right? And I think this is a guy maybe we thought Dallas Turner is a guy would be worth trading up for. Again, Minnesota paid a lot to do it. It may work out for them, but it was a hefty price to pay. They paid retail, that's for sure.
The Eagles probably have 5 guys on their board that they like. And they're saying to themselves, as long as one of these 5 guys are here, we don't need to move anyway.
Yep. Exactly.
All right. So let me ask you guys again. There's 4 picks, and then the Eagles. Who would you predict now will be their pick, Ike?
Well, I mean, if I'm looking at the picks, what does Cincinnati do? Does Cincinnati go defense? The Rams, Pittsburgh, the Dolphins.
Yep.
I mean, if they're offensive lineman, Cincinnati could take an offensive lineman, I guess. I don't see anybody else on here that desperately needs an offensive lineman. So the Eagles could still get their guy on the O-line that they want if they're waiting on the kid from Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Fontenot?
I believe it's Fontenot, yeah. I mean, Tyler.
You're talking about the tackle.
Well, he's like a guard
tackle.
slash tackle.
Yeah.
The name I would keep an eye on would be Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma. He's worked out with Lane. He's a pure tackle prospect, but his body type is similar to Landon Dickerson, so maybe they do think he could move inside.
Okay.
The picks between now and the Eagles, there are offensive line teams. Pittsburgh's offensive line, Miami's offensive line. But as much as we've debated it, if every single corner is still on the board.
Yep. Hello.
Like that would probably be.
To be
come
clear.
into the light, Elliot.
No. I would not do it.
Pretty.
I would not do it over those players I just named. But
stop it.
We are going to find out if they wanted a corner because every single one, there's a chance could be on the board.
They should want a corner is the point.
I don't see it as big of a need.
They should want a corner.
Yeah. I would take an offensive lineman over a corner. So.
Wait a minute.
It's real.
You mean all the good ones gone and you still want to take one?
Because I like these players better than the corners. Like there is a chance. I think it's a
sounds like forcing a pick to me. Sounds like I got my mind set on taking the offensive lineman and I'm taking one.
Well, no, I would
sounds like forcing a pick to me.
I would have taken him. I would have taken him at 12 too. I mean, we debated.
But you're not at 12. You're at 22, and now you're getting like the 8th lineman. So all I'm saying is, it sounds like it's drafting for a need versus what's truly the best player on the board.
Well, so we discussed earlier their scouting. We're going to find out how good it is because to your point, if the number 1 corner is on the board and you pass for the 5th offensive lineman,
right,
you better be sure that 5th offensive lineman is good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think in this draft, there's a good chance the 5th offensive lineman is better than the first corner, but they're going to have a chance in a year where people think they need corners to get almost any single one. So in the next year, if Keeley's not good, Bradbury's not playing well, everyone's going to remember that these guys were on the board and they passed on them.
How good is I'm drawing a blank on his name for a moment. The kid they got from the Colts who had to sit out last
Isaiah
year.
Rodgers?
Yeah. How good does he project to be in the secondary?
So he was really good for the 1 year he played for the Colts. I'm going to cite your favorite website, Pro Football Focus. They had him in the year he played as the 5th best corner in the NFL. Now, I don't think he's a 5th best corner, but
again,
obviously
that may speak to Pro Football Focus.
No, but what I mean is he played.
Things.
Maybe he's the 30th best corner that year, but he played at a high level in the snaps that he did play. So I don't
take the 30th best corner.
Yeah, I think he's an intriguing player.
So why wouldn't he be our starting corner?
He could be. I think he'll compete for it.
So they have a lot of corners on the roster,
Mm-hmm.
right? That we know.
Mm-hmm.
The question is who projects to be a star in 2 years. I like Keely Ringo as a rookie. I don't know what his upside is. I think he's a good player.
Coach him up. He is one of the fastest corners you got on the roster right now. No doubt about that. He's one of the bigger, faster corners that you have, I should say.
You know, I don't know about the others. I don't know who I can believe in.
Eli Ricks is a player that like you can't go into the year like projecting him to start. But I thought last year in a tough spot, he showed some promise as an undrafted rookie. He played, I believe, at Alabama and LSU.
Yeah, he showed promise for
the
what
worst
he was.
passing defense in the league last year. The worst passing defense in the league last year.
Gave up 32 passing touchdowns.
That's because they
I just think it was coaching.
It was everybody else besides the player.
It all be coaching. There has to be. We have to agree that there was a lack of top end talent. All right, excuse me, Hugh. Let me ask you.
Yes.
Who's the best player on the defense
right now?
Yeah. Take all the time you need.
The best player right now, I would probably say Jalen Carter.
Okay.
The best player right now, Jalen.
Okay.
Like off the top, Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter had a nice first half of the year.
He had a nice, and he fell off. He
disappeared.
Curtailed.
Okay, Elliot, who's the best player on the defense?
I mean, there's a few. Jalen Carter, I think, is probably the best player. Bryce Huff is a good player. Josh Sweat, I think, is a good player.
Bryce Huff playing an Eagles jersey.
No, I know.
Sweat's an okay player. Josh Sweat's an okay player.
Josh Sweat. I mean,
Josh Sweat was
okay.
First of all, he was
What
way
you over there
down.
doing?
Last
You
year.
all right?
So why are players on the offense allowed to have a down year, but the defense they have a down year and they're
Because
all
ain't no
cooked?
such thing as a down year.
Well, first of all, Josh Sweat has had one real dominant year, and he was surrounded by 8 other Pro Bowl players.
Right.
A year. I mean, that defense was so good that Brandon got double-digit sacks as a reserve player.
The Eagles' offense also has a ton of talent.
No, I'm just saying, understand the 2022 defense and how good they were.
Yes.
That Brandon had his career high in sacks as a role player, double digits. So what happened last year to Josh Sweat?
Josh Sweat didn't have a good
He
year.
was on the back of a milk cart night.
Right.
Okay. But it was all the coaching. It was all coaching.
Yeah,
I believe coaching was the biggest problem. I'm not saying they can just, sail
man.
into training camp like this.
No,
but
let me tell you.
There's nobody on that defense. There's nobody on that defense that you
Good
put
job.
right in for the Pro Bowl. Here's the commissioner with Cincinnati's pick at number 18.
The 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia.
That's the project.
Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia. He started less than 10 games in his collegiate career, but scouts are enamored with his rare combination of size, athleticism, and raw strength. Mims has elite quickness and footwork and pass protection and can overwhelm defenses with sheer power in the run game. The worry with Mims is lack of experience and injury concerns, but he has all the raw talent to be a terrific NFL tackle.
Well, 6 offensive tackles now through the first 18 picks, 6 quarterbacks. That's pretty much what it has been so far. Let's take a break. We'll come back and dissect this one and look ahead to the Eagles, who are now just 4 picks away. With Hugh Douglas, Ike Reese, Elliott Shore-Parks, I'm Glenn Macnow. Lincoln Financial Field, 2024 NFL Draft on 94 WIP.
Navient Tank.
your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, we are back with Ike and Hugh and Elliot. I'm Glenn. So the Phillies win today, 5-0.
It's been a good day in Philadelphia so far.
And now we the
Mess
Sixers.
this up, Howie.
Don't mess this up.
Sixers beat the Knicks tonight, 125-114.
Handily.
Joel Embiid, 50-point night.
50 points
Yeah, the big fella,
tonight.
the big fella stepped up big, didn't he?
He shot
Stepped up big.
So listen to this. He shot 13 for 19, and he made 19 out of 21 free throws. Maxey with 25. Oubre with 15. That's nice to see.
Yeah, he had to.
This man made 19 out of 21 free throws.
Yeah.
But Oubre kind of
That's
had
good
to
because
step
he
up
looked
tonight,
looked shaky at the free throw line the other day. That
He
was good to
did.
see.
He did.
All right.
He's amazing. He's so amazing.
We're 2 for 2 so far. Here's hoping that the Eagles
Goodell.
continue it. The Rams are making their pick now at 19, getting close to the Eagles. Here you go.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Jared Verse, edge rusher, Florida State.
Johnson, now motions out to the left side, empty backfield. Here comes the rush off the edge. Brown stepping up, he's thrilled. It's a fumble from behind, and it's out of bounds near sideline. Guess who? Sing it, Jared Verse. What a night for the All-American.
A two-time first-team All-American, Verse has the size and speed to wreak havoc on opposing quarterbacks. He has natural instincts off the edge and the strength to match his lateral quickness. Also a factor in the run game, he can shed blocks and make tackles in the gap. A versatile defender, he can fit into either a 4-3 or 3-4 defensive scheme.
Ooh, he was coming off that corner.
So the Florida State pass rusher Jared Verse goes to the Rams at 19. 3 of the last 5 players have been edge rushers. So it's been a bit of a run on that position. But again, amazingly,
Cooper DeJean.
We are now getting a pick 20, and not a single defensive back has been taken. A position that always has been valued so much. I mean, D-backs go high in the draft. They go 2, 4, 6.
Yeah. I listen, the Eagles could be fortunate here that they could have their choice of the best cornerback in this draft. And most of these guys are graded as first-round draft picks, so it's not like they're reaching for one of these guys. You get an opportunity to take Terrion Arnold or even Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. I think you have to take them. I understand offensive line. I understand building through the trenches, but we're working on the 7th or 8th best offensive lineman right now.
Yeah.
With an opportunity to take the best corner in the draft, I think you got to take the best corner in the draft.
So I would take Troy Fontanu out of Washington, or I would trade back and take Kool-Aid McKinstry a few spots later. I just don't think there's that big of a difference between the cornerbacks at this point. I think the guard comes in, he helps you more. He fills a major position of need, and you can get one of these corners while also collecting a draft asset. So if I was Howie and I'm in the NovaCare, that would be my game plan as of now.
There have been no trades so far. There have only been 2 trades so far in the entire draft. I think the Vikings were in both of them.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, the Vikings were in both of them. There have been no trades involving veteran players, which we've seen happen before. I know at this point it's kind of a long shot. Any possibility of that? I know there was some talk.
Certain?
Yeah. At this point, I don't know what you get him for.
I'd give him the 22nd pick.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Broncos.
But after they drafted Bo Nix, they bet not trade Patrick Surtain.
I think the fact they got their quarterback says they're not going to sell away the talent. If they would have missed out on all the quarterbacks, maybe they say, you know what, we punt a year, we get a quarterback next year. But at this point, I'd be surprised if they traded Surtain.
Oh, they missed out on a quarterback. Believe that. They drafted a quarterback, but
no, I know, right?
That dude is terrible.
Yeah, they don't feel that. I mean,
I think he was number 1 on Spike's big board.
He was. You're right.
Yeah.
No, Spencer Radler was.
Oh, Spencer Radler was.
Who probably won't get drafted tonight. I do like Spencer Radler,
what?
but not in the.
What board is
Spike
looking
did
at?
a big board, YouTube board, quarterbacks. I think Caleb.
Spike's now he's a college scout now?
He had Michael Penix at number 3, And who'd you say was it? Rattler was number 2.
I think Rattler was 1.
And Bo Nix was number 2.
I think maybe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
The pick is in for the Steelers, so no trade up yet.
all right. So it's 20. I mean, I think you're right. At this point, the Eagles have to say, all right, there's 3 guys we like. There you go. And Elliott, now you got me scared because now I think there's a good possibility they're going to trade down. And none of us wants to see that.
I'm shocked they didn't move up.
I just, if you can collect a draft
No
asset,
reason to now.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can collect a draft asset, again, if you like the guy at 22, just take him. Don't risk losing him for a 4th round pick. But if you can move back a few spots and then you have an extra 3rd round pick or an extra 4th, I mean, I think that's just smart. It's just a smart way to maneuver the draft.
Well, they're smart, and then there's what we want to see, and those are not necessarily the same. Those are not necessarily the same things. Let's talk about tomorrow a little bit as we're even waiting for tonight. Who do you guys see as potential 2nd round guys that they may be interested in? And is one of them the son of a former teammate?
That would be great. I don't. It all depends, man. I don't know.
Pick
how
53.
I wouldn't mind having Trot Jr. here.
Yeah,
definitely wouldn't mind. I know his dad wouldn't mind having him here. It would be.
No, I
great.
love the way Jeremiah said if he goes to the Cowboys, he refuses to put on the jersey.
I mean, you can't do that. But still, you got. He put his He said what he said. He put his Clemson jersey on. Put his Clemson. That would be great, man. That would be great.
Would it make
would
sense?
It be? Well, because you got Nolan Smith. And he's an off-ball linebacker. We're playing a 3-4. You'd have to, if he played, wouldn't you have to put him in one of those middle linebacker spots?
Yeah, he had to be probably in the Kobe Dean spot.
Yeah, I mean, I would have if
I'm assuming Devin White is one of the starters.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So if you put him at that linebacker, I mean, both of them at the same, they're about the same size, aren't they? Him and Devin White. Yeah. You could, but it all depends on what we're gonna get from that nose man.
Well, I think my concern with Trotter Jr. would just be he's very similar to Nakobe. I think he's a better athlete slightly, but a lot of his game in college was instincts, knowing what he's seeing, being able to make the play before the snap in terms of knowing where to go. But as an athlete, I don't think he's that elite level athlete you want from a linebacker in today's NFL. So I don't think they'll take him in the 2nd round. He's probably more of a 4th round prospect. But even then,
really?
I think with Nakobe, there's a lot of doubling up there.
Yeah, I understand.
When you're the one thing about Junior is that when you're an off-ball linebacker and you're not a pass rushing linebacker, teams don't necessarily have as big of a need for you. So unless you get a team that says, I can envision how I'm going to use him and the way I want to play him in this defense, and Elliott is right when you think about his instincts. He does have great athleticism. It's just in that Clemson defense, he wasn't a guy who went after the quarterback very often.
Yeah.
So it's hard to judge. They don't draft coverage linebackers high in the draft anymore.
Right, I understand. Yeah, we'll see. What else?
I tell you what, though, his dad was a 3rd round draft pick, and that worked out okay.
Just fine.
So it don't matter.
Yeah.
His dad was a monster, though.
Yeah. All right, so Pittsburgh is up next at number 20. Again, the Eagles just a couple of picks away. Looks like the selection is in. Commissioner is coming up to the podium. Who's
Cam
that
Hayward.
with him?
That's Cam Hayward. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, they're giving.
By the way, Brandon Graham gets to do this for the
BG.
Eagles tomorrow, which is cool.
So
here's the commission.
Mark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognized his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
There you go. Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington. A backup for his first 3 years, Fautanu emerged as a reliable edge protector for Michael Penix Jr. at Washington. He's extremely athletic for a lineman, using his agility and footwork to get leverage on opposing rushers. Fautanu is a bit short in stature for a tackle at just 6'4", and some scouts believe he'd work better as a guard in the NFL. But he does have the talent to develop as a tackle.
Elliot, I believe that was your guy. Lasted 20, did not last the Eagles. I think when we had Ray last week, Ray really liked him also.
Yeah, I think Howie made a mistake. I would have traded up for him, or I would have at least made sure you got him if you thought the Steelers were going to take him. I think he was a perfect fit for this team. I think he would have started the first snap of the first week and really helped them. He has position versatility. They're really thin on the line. So Howie's going to get his choice of corners. It looks like there are still a few offensive linemen, but I think they messed up not going to get him.
I sense some disagreement to my right.
Total hogwash. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah.
Listen, thank God the Pittsburgh Steelers did us a favor. You kidding me? Yeah, they didn't take an interior offensive line. You want to take a guard here in the first round? Pittsburgh is stupid. So listen,
traditionally, yes.
We're going to have our choice of getting Terrion Arnold, baby. Let's go. Let's get on. By the way, I'm just checking rankings over here. Now, depending on what you want to buy into as far as rankings go, I'm looking at these offensive linemen. They all have second-round grades on them. So we would be reaching for a guy here.
We better not rank.
We at 22.
Better not be ranching.
We reaching for a guy here.
So here's what I'll say. I wanted them to take an offensive lineman, but at this point,
got to be a corner.
If the guy can only play tackle, they're better off taking a corner. You cannot take a player at 22 that is going to sit.
Tyler, come on, man.
Dude, I'm just saying it's a possibility. But
by the way, Lane Johnson's got 3 or 4 years left.
Lane Johnson's not going anywhere.
I agree. I would not take a tackle.
I'm not even looking to a guy to convert to tackle because I think Lane Johnson's going to be here for years to come.
Yeah, yes. I mean, at this point, there's Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois. But I think the best player is probably
Newton.
He's probably the best
out of Illinois.
He's the second best defensive tackle.
You don't take unless it's Dick Buckets. You ain't too drafting players out of Illinois.
They are
Big Ten.
You want to take a corner out of Toledo to be fair.
Well, I didn't say I want to take.
Hold up, though. Now, ain't nothing wrong with Toledo. Ain't nothing wrong with the match.
I know you love Toledo.
Yeah, I love Ohio.
Yeah, we got you. So the Eagles are again.
Ooh, let's go, Terry and Arnold.
By the way,
go.
Players that come
the
from small schools.
The
Dolphins pick is in.
So the Eagles are on the clock.
The Eagles are on the clock. We should be getting the Dolphins pick very soon.
Let's go get a corner, baby. Let's go get our corner.
Quinyon Mitchell, Terry and Arnold,
Kool-Aid edge rusher. What we want, an edge rusher?
If they go out and get a receiver,
or they may go Chop Robinson.
They better not go Chop Robinson. He remind me of Aaron Mabin.
I think the move is a cornerback.
Got to be a corner. We got to go Terrion Arnold, man.
I don't know if I want to be on this stage if they don't take a corner.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, I gotta think that's the move. I mean, I'm just trying to think of.
We got to go corner, Elliot.
I'm looking at the names of who's out there.
I'm rooting for chaos. I'm going receiver.
I would. Well, in all seriousness, Brian Thomas Jr. in my opinion, is the best player.
Hey.
I like Terry Arnold enough. I would take him at 22.
For chaos. I'm rooting for this fan base to go.
You would take bananas. Him. So Elliot, at this point.
Well, no. If I was a GM, I would take Brian Thomas Jr., the receiver out of LSU.
If you were the Eagles GM, would you take Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU? If you were Howie Roseman,
no, I would probably take Terry Arnold.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Would you take Quinyon Mitchell?
I don't like Quinyon Mitchell as much.
No.
Why not?
He went to Toledo.
Yeah. I would take Kool-Aid. I would take Kool-Aid over Quinyon Mitchell.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
because he went to Alabama.
He walked on Alabama as a true freshman and started right away. That tells me something about the caliber of player.
I want to get back to Quinyon Mitchell.
Man, that's terrible recruiting by Nick.
I want to get to Quinyon Mitchell
at Alabama.
Ike, where'd you? Not Ike. Excuse me. I know where you went to school. Hugh, where'd you go to school?
Central State University.
Central State
Wilberforce,
University.
Ohio.
They're in Wilberforce, Ohio.
Wilberforce.
Shout out to the HBCUs.
Shout them out. Shout them out.
Right. Which is Hugh Douglas aside. Who's the next best player ever to come out of there?
Eric Williams.
Ooh, Eric Williams.
Oh,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Vince Buck. Vince Buck played at Central State. Played for
we
the
don't
Saints.
know Vince Buck, though.
Vince
Eric
Buck
Williams,
played for the
yeah,
Saints.
with Eric Williams.
He was a corner. Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Point being,
Yeah, we don't know Vince Buck.
I expect that from Elliott.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
here's
expect
the
that
thing.
from you.
Point being, talent comes out of small schools.
Yes, Elliott.
Yeah, sometimes I agree, but a talent also comes out of Alabama every single year.
Not all the time. What about that young quarterback they got from Alabama, Bryce Young? What do he look like in the NFL?
Not great.
Hot garbage.
Well, he on the bad. He on the bad
Truck
time.
juice.
He said garbage truck.
Garbage juice.
I ain't heard that one in a while.
I've never heard that.
You ain't
one.
never heard garbage truck juice?
Truck juice?
I used to work on a
Garbage truck.
Garbage truck juice.
Considering all the corners are on the board, if you got offered a fourth to move back 3 spots, would you do it? Or would you just take your guy?
Go
Because
back.
I would just take
you
my
go
guy.
3 spots back,
Don't play around, man. Just get your guy.
No, yeah.
Don't play.
You know who you want, assuming you know who you want.
Don't play.
Assuming that one guy's got an edge over the others, and I have to think somebody does. Can't be that they rank them all even. I just
Don't
get
be
the guy you
scared. Go get your quarterback. I mean,
Okay,
DB.
Spencer Rattler.
I had him taking an edge rusher, but the edge rusher had him taking. He left a long
Chop
time
Robinson?
ago. No, I had a Lua Latu Lala.
So what are the Dolphins?
Latu,
By the
Latu.
way, what are the Dolphins going to do here? 'Cause
Take
this
our
could mean a
corner.
lot.
Yeah, take Terry on.
Corner is
Do they
not
need a
on.
corner? They don't need a corner.
Corner is
they need
not
a
on their
lineman.
list of needs.
They need a lineman or an edge rusher. They need a pass rusher.
So if the Eagles went into this draft wanting a corner, this has been a masterclass by Howie
Yes.
Roseman.
Yeah,
because
sit there and wait.
we've been talking about, do you trade up? Do you trade up? Howie's good at collecting information. There's a chance if he went in Quinyon Mitchell, he sat through 21 picks, didn't make a trade, and could get him anyway. I mean, that's great general managing from an information standpoint if that's
I
what he
think you
pulls
just
off.
get the other 8 picks
All right,
right.
so this is a big moment for us. The commissioner is
It's
coming
easy to
up.
get that first one right.
Roger Goodell is going to announce Miami's pick. And after that, we're going to spend the next 8 minutes speculating what the Eagles are going to do.
Speculation.
Dell.
Here's the commissioner.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson.
That's your boy.
Penn State.
They got your boy, Ike.
Chop Robinson,
Let's go get
edge
on him.
rusher, Penn State.
Straight drop. Here comes Chop. Fumbles the football loose on the turf. They're surrounded. Robinson's there, and Penn State recovers. Chop Robinson belted him. Chop Robinson finished and recovered.
With tremendous speed off the edge, Robinson is a dangerous rusher with a natural ability to get to the quarterback. He was named first team All Big Ten last season and consistently caused problems in opposing backfields. Robinson is undersized for a defensive lineman and may struggle in the run game early on, but could contribute immediately as a designated pass rusher.
All right, so the second Penn State kid taken in the first round, the offensive tackle Fashanu, went earlier at pick 11, and now he goes, and also the fourth edge rusher in the last 7 picks. So that run has taken place.
Can we just
there.
discuss how James Franklin can never win with the amount of talent he has on that damn
Yeah, he has
team?
top
Yeah, they
picks
got
every
some-
year, and they never win
They
anything.
got some ballers.
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry. I needed to get that out.
No, that's fine. That's great. So here we are.
Yes.
It is the Eagles.
All right, baby.
They're on the board.
Here we go.
There are 3 defensive backs that people projected to go in this range. The 2 from Alabama
We're
and the
going
kid from
Cooper.
Toledo.
Oh,
Right, those
But
3.
the consensus is Quinyon Mitchell the better corner. He's the best corner, right? On the board right now.
He is the
well,
highest ranked.
I think
by
Terrion
most things.
Arnold is
Okay,
the
but
best
I'm just
corner.
saying, like
I can't say
Ray-
a guy from Toledo is the best corner.
Hold up, see, we're not.
He's doing that again to you.
We
You
gonna do whatever we
ripping
do.
small Ohio schools.
And he's from Ohio. That's the best up part about it.
They ain't
He's
offer
from
me no
Ohio.
scholarship. They ain't offer me nothing.
That's what it
All right,
was.
let me just say this. If they don't go with one of the D-backs, what's the next thing the next logical thing they would do?
Defensive end?
Yeah.
I don't
Man,
know.
just 4 of those guys
I mean,
just
Jared
went,
Verse
right?
is gone. Again,
all the top guys. Because
can I throw? What about Xavier Worthy out of Texas? Would you consider that speed guy?
I would not.
You would not. Okay.
No, I listen. I'm so far away from the offense. Don't ask me about no offensive player.
No offensive guys.
Yeah,
right.
I want all defensive guys.
That's why I kind of hope it is an offensive player.
A defensive tackle, maybe, or any of those left?
I mean, there's Newton out of Illinois, who is a good pass rushing tackle. I know Ike, doesn't like to state it. So it looks
so we're all pretty unanimous.
It looks like, by the way, Howie is calling the player that they're drafting. So
yeah, Howie's got a big
the
smile
pick is
on
not
his
in,
face.
but it certainly seems like they have made the selection.
So we're looking at the Eagles draft room. Howie's got a big smile on his face. Some kid is getting his dream as the Eagles are soon to make their pick. Jeff Lurie.
As the kid hasn't answered the phone yet.
Yeah,
line's busy.
Yeah, line is busy.
Yeah. And we will know very soon, and we'll get all of our reaction.
Wait a minute, who's still in the green room?
I thought that was OG Wade right there.
Oh, yeah, that does look like him.
Who in the green room didn't get picked yet, though?
Somebody's
still
out there.
Somebody in the green room.
I mean, you would think that the corners are there. Terrion must be there.
Oh, yeah, the corners are probably there.
Yeah. It's already been a big day for the Eagles. If you missed the news earlier, they re-upped A.J. Brown, 3-year, $84 million
What a time
contract.
to be alive.
Yeah, so it's
I mean, Daniel Jeremiah has Arnold as the 9th best player in the draft. Now, that's his opinion, but, I mean, there's 2, and then Quinyon's 12. 2 top 12 guys have fallen to them at 22.
Yeah.
Right, both of them defensive backs, which makes sense.
Cooper DeJean is still there, too.
Okay.
Cooper DeJean.
Kind of in a holding pattern here as we wait for this to happen. I can't imagine they're not gonna shock us, right?
Well,
there's not going to take a center or do something crazy.
No, they're
like
not
that.
going to take a center for sure.
All right, here's what we're going to do. When the commissioner comes up,
the pick is in.
We'll get the pick is in.
Uh-oh.
We will get the commissioner, and then we'll come right back to us, get our reaction, and then we'll go to the scouting report.
I got a feeling it's going to be some disappointed individuals.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, it's going to be a
Disappointed
cornerback.
how?
It's going to be one of those 3 cornerbacks.
Well, I think it's going to be a receiver.
No, it's not going to be a receiver.
The last time they did this, that meant they looked at they may already know.
No, I didn't. I promise you this time I did not look at the pick. I promise.
Well, here's the thing I would say. You're taking a receiver when we just read up our 2 receivers on the outside.
No,
like we just
not,
gave them extensions.
It's another weapon, Ike.
No,
luxury, not a necessity.
No, that is definitely not happening. They're taking a defensive back, maybe.
Well, we were. Yeah, I mean that's what we should be doing.
Maybe a deep tackle.
No guard. Nobody on the offense. We should be going defense.
So if they're
get this thing back to Chuck Bednarik days.
It's going to be a cornerback.
If it is, what corner would you take?
I'm
taking the guy from Toledo.
I'm with you.
I'm taking the Toledo guy because he's from
I
Ohio.
would take one of the Alabama.
I'm
corners.
taking the kid from Toledo.
Okay.
That sounds like we're going Kool-Aid, Elliot. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's who I would take.
I'm taking the guy from Toledo.
Elliot is somewhat of an insider.
No, that's just my opinion. That's
I think Quinyon Mitchell is going to be the pick. We'll see. We're gonna know very soon.
Toledo Mud Hen.
And I think
Toledo Rockets.
I think he's going to come in here.
He played at the MAC conference, Ike.
And he's going to be starting at cornerback as a rookie.
Oh yeah, he's the starter. Somebody gone.
Well, James Bradbury, I guess.
Yeah, he gone. He gone. Somebody gone.
Somebody
as soon as this pick come in, somebody gone.
Yeah, James is going to be calling his agent tonight.
It's over now.
Yeah, so we'll see. It's taken a long time from when they made the pick to announcing the pick. I don't know why this one seems to be taking so much longer. Maybe just because we're waiting. Maybe the commissioner's got somebody else to introduce here.
No, what is he doing back there?
I know. By the way, 275,000 people came out tonight in Detroit.
Shout out to my people in Motown City. Well, they showed up and showed out tonight, man. They look good out there.
And it is a fun thing. We had the draft here. That was a lot of fun.
I missed it.
I mean, is the commissioner going to come out tonight or what?
I don't know. Here he comes.
My goodness.
Roger Goodell.
Were you in the bathroom or something? Let's go, man.
Hey, everybody's got to go once in a while. Here's the commissioner coming up to the podium. Let's get the pick, and we'll come right back to us for instant reaction.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on our NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Okay, Jordan. Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
Hey, Toledo! Toledo!
Well, there you go.
Ohio!
And the crowd has no reaction.
The first-round pick of the Philadelphia Eagles, Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, defensive back from Toledo, little over 6 feet tall, 195 pounds, fast as they come.
And can tackle.
Defense!
Has a real
Defense!
opportunity to come in here.
Defense!
By the way, he does
happy.
not look thrilled by this thing.
He's probably relieved he got
ready
drafted.
to go to work. He's ready to go to work.
I have not seen a first-round pick appear so
No, I think he's just relieved.
sad about
I think
Yeah,
he's
he's
just,
tired of sitting there.
Okay.
Well,
He's
he's supposed to be a top 12
yeah, I think
pick.
he's excited this
And
is.
boy,
this is
to
over.
be sitting in that green
Finally went
room
off.
and
All right.
everybody leaving.
He has ties to Philadelphia. His head coach was college roommates with Nick
Oh,
Sirianni.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
right. I heard.
You should have said that beforehand, and we would have known.
John
what it was.
Clark-
So this is a Sirianni pick. Yeah.
So John Clark did an interview with him recently that I saw where Quinyon Mitchell kind of tipped his hand that he thought this was a real possibility he would come here. I think he probably hoped the Eagles might trade up to get him,
Right.
but thought he would come here. All right, let's go through each three of us or four of us and get everybody's reaction. Elliot, you go first.
Yeah, I don't like the pick. If I was going to take a corner, I would have taken Terron Arnold. I would have taken Kool-Aid McKinstry. I like Nate Wiggins better than I like Quinyon Mitchell. So Quinyon, I like that he's a great athlete. He ran the second fastest 40 time among corners. He makes plays on the ball. He has the second most pass breakups over the last few years. He has great instincts. I'm just concerned about the level of competition. I think these other corners played against better players and are more proven. So I would have gone line or I would have gone another corner.
I think the fact that he played at a smaller school, and by the way, he had an opportunity, like with the NIL money that was out there and everything, he could have probably transferred and went to a bigger school. He decided to stay at Toledo. So, I mean, I think there's something to be said about him. And as far as the competition is concerned, wait, be quiet, Ike.
Points for loyalty.
As far as the competition is concerned, hey, man, if you can play, you can play.
Hold on. Listen. Why would you go to two offensive guys first? You should have come to me first.
I should have.
As a defensive guy.
I
Forget about what the hell they're talking about over
I
there.
feel attacked.
Forget about what they're talking about. Give Howie a round of applause for taking a defensive player first and foremost. Let's get that straight. And we took a damn cornerback. Now, the fact that it was a cornerback out of Toledo, they better be right. That's all I'm telling you. They better be right.
Y'all need to stop with this
Because-
don't play nobody stuff.
No, but here's the thing. When you have Alabama corners on the board that were projected high and they, you know, the level of competition
that they play
they've
week
gone
in and week
against,
out.
Howie has been giving rave reviews, and rightfully so, for making the smart pick that was there, the obvious pick, the guys from the SEC conference. When you take this young man over those guys, all I'm saying is be right, because that's what's going to be brought up to you, is that you had an opportunity to take those guys versus that guy. Listen, he was ranked by some as the best corner in the draft. So I got no problem with the selection. I mean, I wanted Terrion Arnold,
yeah.
But they got this kid. He ran a 4.33. He was considered by some as the top corner. So let's see. Let's see. Listen, the greatest running back for some, Walter Payton, the greatest wide receiver for all of us, Jerry Rice. They didn't play in the SEC or the Big Ten. So, you know, he's an Eagle now. And damn it, we got a cover corner. That's all I know.
He can
we
tackle.
got a cover corner, man.
Damn, a cover corner. He
We
can
got a
tackle.
cover corner,
All right,
man.
so
Woo!
here's what I think.
Thank you, Pittsburgh Steelers. Thank you.
I think
they took the last lineman off the board.
I think that they addressed probably their biggest need,
Yes,
their biggest weakness.
Yes.
And they did it taking the guy who, on most accounts, was the consensus best at that position. I have not watched 1 minute of Toledo. What are they? The Rockets? The
Mud Hens, Rockets, yeah.
Right. I have not watched 1 minute of this kid's college career other than the brief highlights that they give you.
Yes.
Right? In which everybody looks great on every play. So I don't know. But I'm glad that they chose that position, and I'm delighted that the guy who was ranked the best at it fell to them at 22.
Young Thundercats.
Was it a great year for defensive backs? Probably not.
Guess not.
Nice.
but good enough that they got one, and I'm happy with it.
Yes.
And I think most of us go home tonight happy at what they did.
It'll be interesting to see. I mean, I would assume he'll.
I haven't checked Twitter yet, so I don't know what the reaction to everybody is out there.
It seems like they wanted Quinyon Mitchell. I'll be curious to see how they handle this from here on out. Obviously, in 2025, Quinyon should be a starter. I mean, do they start him right away opposite Slay? Do they make him compete? What do they do with Keeley? I think
there's going to be some opportunities still for one of the young guys that's already here to play too, as well. I think both of those. I've been saying it for the longest. I think both corners are on the clock, in my opinion. Both of them on the clock.
Well, I think Slay has a little more tread on his tires left.
Yeah, but he's not like, again, this is nothing personal. He doesn't tackle.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
I ain't gonna take it personal.
No, I know you're not gonna take it personal. But I'm just saying he doesn't tackle. He doesn't tackle. He's not a tackler. And I feel like in this defense, in the defense that I've seen that have been like Big Fangio's defenses, the corners got to tackle. They got to come up and run support. And we got two corners that are run supported verse. They don't want to do it.
So one benefit Quinyon will get coming to Philadelphia is he won't have to step in and be the number one corner right away. Slay will still do that. Slay will probably still travel with the number one corner. The Eagles talked a lot about wanting their rookie to learn from a veteran. Slay is really good with the young players. So there is that benefit. But
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's like we talked about earlier when they drafted Lito and Sheldon.
Yeah.
And they had.
Oh, I'd take another corner tomorrow.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. I would not. By the way, Jacksonville had the next pick. They took wide receiver Brian Thomas.
Yeah, I would have taken Brian Thomas Jr. over him too. Yeah.
What are you going to do with a third receiver?
Because I think Brian Thomas Jr. is a better player than Quinyon Mitchell.
But what are you going to? How many catches is he going to get in this offense?
I think he's going to stretch the. It doesn't matter. They didn't take him, but I'm just saying.
Well, but I mean, what would be the point of that? You need a third wide receiver. You get him in the fourth round. Why would you?
Because I think a third receiver helps this team. I think he stretches the field.
You think a third wide receiver helps this team more than a starting cornerback?
I like Keeley Ringo a lot. I would start Keeley.
When you have two wide receivers, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
When you have two wide receivers, one of whom you gave $84 million today,
right,
and the other whom you gave some large share of that the other day, who are both young and great. So
correct.
And you just signed Saquon Barkley, and you have a tight end. So your third wide receiver is going to get 35 catches, maybe.
Yeah, and he can stretch the field. He can go to the outside.
And that's more valuable to you than a starting cornerback.
Yes, because I don't think Quinyon Mitchell is that good. I don't think Quinyon Mitchell is that special of a prospect.
Okay.
I think these other players they passed on are better prospects.
You watched a lot of Quinyon Mitchell?
I've read up on him and watched a lot on him. Yeah, I haven't. I'm allowed to have an opinion on him. I don't think he is as good of a prospect as the other guys. To Ike's point, they better be right because they passed on big time players from big time programs from someone from a smaller program. And Hugh's right that talent does come out of those schools, but Howie's really put his neck on the line with this pick.
But he better be like that's the thing. He better be right because everybody's going to be looking at it.
Like when they took Nakobe, right? Real quick. It looks like Nakobe's not worked out as of now. He could still turn it around. But no one kills him for Nakobe because Nakobe came from Georgia and he was a guy. I mean, got him in the third round.
It's a health issue more than anything.
No, agreed. But I mean, when you reach on these other guys, you're just putting yourself out there more.
But this wasn't like a Marcus Smith pick.
No,
right where it's
this was the best.
it wasn't
right. Where they take a guy and like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
This was the guy who was consensus the highest ranked or the second highest ranked cornerback.
I agree. And Glenn, if he played for Clemson, if he played for Bama, if he played for LSU, we'd be loving the pick. The whole city, nobody would have anything to say. I think the only drawback is we haven't seen a lot of Toledo football games, and fans will start to think, well, did we outsmart ourselves by taking somebody from a smaller school versus somebody from a major school. I like the pick. I wanted a defensive back. I wanted a corner. If you're telling me I'm getting one of the top 2 corners in the draft at 22, you didn't have to give up any other draft capital to get him, it makes it an even better pick. I mean, it really does. It makes it an even better pick. So as long as the kid can play, I think we'll forget about the hell he played at Toledo.
All right, so 2 picks tomorrow.
He ran a 4.3.
Yeah, the second highest. He's a great a great athlete.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not someone that dominated smaller competition with like his instincts. He does have good instincts, but he is a great athlete as well.
All right, 2 picks tomorrow, 50 and 53. Ike, what do you want to see him do tomorrow?
Whew. I need another corner, man. Listen, I'm going back to the cornerback. Yeah, what? Yes.
No defense.
I'll take another corner. Well, listen, I'm staying on defense, so I'm using both picks to take a defensive player. Okay. I wouldn't mind a linebacker, but I don't think they're going linebacker. So I'll say an edge rusher and a corner.
Okay.
Edge rusher and a corner.
Hugh, what do you want to see tomorrow?
I would like to see a D tackle. Maybe a D tackle tomorrow. Maybe a defensive end. Some help along the line, because as much as I like Nolan Smith and the young Thundercats, I mean, it never hurts to have some more guys out there.
Sound like a defensive guy. Again,
I'm just saying they took my guy. My guy went to the Raiders.
Once Brock Bowers was gone, you were done with that.
Yeah, I was done.
Right?
That died on the vine.
Yeah, Elliot, what do you want to see him do tomorrow?
Gonna shock you, but I would go offensive guard, and I would look at some of the receivers.
Take your guard tomorrow. Go ahead.
Well, you asked round 2, yeah. I would look there.
Yeah, take your guard tomorrow.
And depending how the rest of this draft goes, you could package those 2 2s to move up. I mean, there's some guys that are going to drop.
You could package those 2 2s to move.
I'm saying,
what would you move?
Move up to 37 or something like that.
Yeah. They did. That's what they did with Ertz a couple years ago, right? Wasn't that they had a pick toward the bottom of this, or a couple picks, and the next they traded.
Right,
I think that's what they did with.
Y'all don't know how happy I'm in when he draft the offensive lineman tonight, man.
You're not going to be happy when Jalen's running for his life week 1 in Brazil.
I think you'll be able to find a guard somewhere.
They better hope so.
I don't think that's bad. All right, so we're going to stay. The Cowboys have a pick, and we're going to.
Oh yeah, let's watch Jerry screw this.
They traded out.
See what? The Cowboys traded out. Oh well, then we lost interest immediately. Do we know what? Dan Wilson, what did they trade? What they do? Come on with us, Dan. Yeah, come on with us, Dan. Let's see what they did.
Back there eating.
The Cowboys have traded pick number 24. The Lions are now on the clock.
Okay, Lions are on the clock. All right. Well, the hometown is going to be excited. Hey, we're going to get out of here, I think. We're good to get out? There we go. Guys, it's been a pleasure.
Hold on. Sorry, real quick. Glenn, I know we've disagreed a lot, but I do want to give a shout out to Glenn. This is the last time. He'll be hosting the draft show. Obviously, we've all loved listening to him. Glenn, it's an honor to work with you. Ike, you've done this for a long time with
17, Glenn?
Yeah.
17 we've done together.
Yeah. I'm happy to go out disagreeing with you.
I think I did your first show. Elliot, thank you.
I just meant the draft shows.
No, I know, but I think when you came on, I think I did the first shows with you.
How about that?
Yeah, that was a while back.
It's been a while, brother. Yes, sir.
You will be missed, man. But that don't mean that I still want the free beers. That I still want my beer selections. The beer suggestions, not selections, but suggestions that you give. Because you really give some good beer suggestions. You really do.
I can always get you some beer.
Yeah, I like free stuff.
Always looking for something for free.
I like free stuff.
All right, Dan Wilson back there. Dave Breitmeyer here. Who else are we thanking here? Help me out, Dave.
Rod Lakin.
Everybody. Ava. Mike
Lakin.
Angelina. We got all the people that hung around and watched. Yeah.
There you go. Everybody,
Hugh
thanks
Douglas.
for being here. These guys
Maurice.
are all on tomorrow. I'll see you on Saturday on 94 WIP.
94.
Thank you, guys.
Radio 1 Philadelphia.
Thank you,
Powered by the
Elliot.
Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey.